It is 1:17. I'm going to go ahead and call the Kuwait Gaming Authority meeting to order. We'll start with roll call, please.
Aaron Paymont. Bridget Sorensen.
Here.
Kimberly Lee.
Here.
Sean Borowitz.
Here.
Larry Barbeau.
Here.
Tyler LaPlante.
Here.
Kimberly Hampton.
Here.
Michael McCurchie.
Here.
Kimberly Gravel.
Here.
Isaac McKechnie.
Here.
Rob McGrory. Lana Cosley Smith. Austin Lowe's.
Here. All right, so we have a quorum on today's agenda. We have...
Lana, I'm here.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we have a quorum. On today's agenda, we have 4 items. They're under business. They're titled Minutes from 2/24/26, FY26 Kuwait Sioux Hotel Budget Mod, FY26 Dreamcatchers Restaurant Budget Mod, FY26 Administration Budget Mod. Is there a motion to accept the agenda?
Motion.
Motion by Larry and support by Kim. Any discussion on the proposed agenda? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, those abstaining, motion carries and the agenda is adopted, which brings us to the first item, which are minutes from 2/24/26. I'd like to entertain a motion to accept them.
Motion?
Motion by Larry, support by Kim. Any discussion on the minutes? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, those abstaining, motion carries, which brings us to our first resolution, which is titled FY26 Kuwait Sioux Hotel Budget Mod.
Be it resolved that the Management Board of the Kuwait Casino Gaming Authority hereby approves the FY 2026 budget modification to Kuwait Casino Sioux Hotel for an increase in net income of $186,922.27.
Motion.
Motion by Larry,
Support.
support by Kim Hampton. Someone from the casino team, could you please explain this resolution to our membership, please?
Yes, I'll be glad to. This resolution calls for an increase in net income of $186,922.27, and it breaks down as an increase in room revenue of $277,618, with an increase in direct costs of $90,696. Wages are an increase of $84,185. Fringes associated with those wages are $6,511. And what this calls for is an addition of 3 guest room attendants at 1,508 hours each. And the net increase, as I mentioned, is $186,922.
I appreciate it, Bill. Any discussion from the board? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Rob's not here. Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Motion carries. Rob's online as well. Okay, so the
I
next...
vote yes. Yes.
Okay, thanks, Rob.
Okay.
The next resolution is FY26 Dreamcatchers Restaurant Budget Mod.
Be it resolved that the Management Board of the Kuwait Casino Gaming Authority hereby approves the FY 2026 budget modification to Kuwait Casino Sioux Dreamcatchers Restaurant for an increase in net loss of $57,266.82.
Motion.
Motion by Larry,
Support.
support by Kim. You guys explained this one as well?
Yes, this is an increase in direct costs of the $57,267, which are wages, $53,156, and fringes associated with those wages of $4,111. What this does is, from a personnel standpoint, it adds a lead steward for 1,664 hours and a dishwasher for 1,664 hours.
Okay, I appreciate it, Bill. Any discussion from the board? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Lana.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Very good, motion carries. The last resolution is FY26 Administration Budget Mod.
Be it resolved that the Management Board of the Kuwait Casino Gaming Authority hereby approves the FY 2024 budget modification to Kuwait Casino Sioux Administration for an increase in net income of $27,769.
Motion.
Motion by Larry,
Support.
support by Kim Hampton. Can you explain this as well?
Yes, I can, but we need to make a correction in this resolution. It should read in the last line there that it's a decrease in net loss of $27,760.09.
Any objection to amending this resolution to reflect that? Hearing no objection, that resolution's amended. So any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Larry.
Yes.
Michael. Bridget. No. Tyler.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes. Yes.
Isaac. Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Excuse me. Sean.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
All right, motion carries.
Yes.
I got it.
All right, motion carries. All right, I appreciate it. Anything else to go over, guys? Go ahead, Bill.
Yes, given this morning's presentation on the various projects that we're looking to do, we were wondering what type of direction we should take from this morning as to whether we would be able to work on the projects that were shown to use iGaming funds, and do we need specific approval to use the cyber funds for the St. Ignace project, and then further work on the Phase 4 financing and both drawing up plans and whatnot?
So I would assume that you guys would need resolutions to authorize the use of those funds for those projects, and I'd work with the legal department on drafting those, but 100% supportive.
Anything else you want to say? Okay,
Okay,
That's
thank you
very
so
good.
much, guys.
thank
So
you.
without objection, that concludes all the items that we have. So without objection, meeting adjourned. Hearing no objection, meeting adjourned. Thank you. Dan, you want to come up?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so it is 1:25. I'm going to call to order the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe Enterprise Authority meeting at this time. So we'll start with roll call.
Michael McCurchy. Here. Kimberly Gravel.
Here.
Sean Borowitz.
Here.
Aaron Paymont.
Here.
Tyler LaPlante.
Here.
Bridget Sorensen. Isaac McKechnie. Lana Cosley Smith.
Here.
Rob McGrory.
Here.
Kimberly Lee.
Here.
Kimberly Hampton.
Here.
Larry Barbeau.
Here.
Austin Lowe's.
Here. Okay, we have a quorum. On today's agenda, we have the following items. We have minutes from 2/17 of '26. We have the EDC strategic plan, and we have enterprise team member manual. Is there a motion to accept the agenda?
Motion.
Motion by Larry
Support.
and support by Kim Hampton. Any discussion on the proposed agenda? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries and the agenda is adopted. Are there any objections to me issuing like an opening statement just to address some of the misinformation about this meeting here today? Okay, so hearing no objection, I'm going to say something. So I was pretty much off the grid all weekend. I was moving, didn't have access to internet, Facebook. So Monday rolls around and I was given a copy of a screenshot that stated that we are voting on a resolution today to build not one, not two, not three, but 10 to 12 data centers throughout the Upper Peninsula, which is absolutely news to me because I have no idea where those data centers would go, who's building them, which company we're dealing with, when we're going to break ground, when they're going to become operational. None of it, and I can't answer anything like that because it's far from the truth, far from the truth. So we have our EDC CEO here today that can talk about that when it comes down to the strategic plan. But I think it's important to remember that we're in an election season and honesty and truth matter. They're some of the 7 grandfathers, and we should remember that. We should absolutely remember that because I've heard some doozies while I've been on the board, but the biggest doozy was the one that I read about, that we're going to build 10 to 12 data centers, and we're voting on that today. Absolutely absurd. So let's get started. We have minutes from 2/17 of 26. Is there a motion to accept them? Motion by Larry. Support by Kim. Any discussion on those minutes? Okay, hearing none. Those in support signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to our EDC strategic plan.
Now, therefore, be resolved that the Chief Executive Officer of Enterprise Operations is authorized to implement and administer the strategic plan, including the development of enterprise-level initiatives, partnerships, and investment opportunities consistent with the objectives outlined therein and in accordance with the governance, authority, and oversight of the Sioux Tribe Enterprise Authority. Be it further resolved that the Chief Executive Officer shall periodically report to the Sioux Tribe Enterprise Authority regarding the progress of strategic initiatives, enterprise performance, and material developments related to the strategic plan. Be it finally resolved that the Business Board of the Sioux Tribe Enterprise Authority hereby approves and adopts the Sioux Tribe Economic Development Corporation Strategic Plan as the guiding strategic framework for the management, stabilization, optimization, and growth of Sioux Tribe enterprises.
Is there a motion? All right, motion by Larry, support by Kim Gravel. Dan, you want to talk about this, please?
Yes, this strategic plan discusses transitioning into a scalable business platform model in sectors, growth sectors, basically through repeat performance as opposed to single one-off businesses. Now, there are several areas in the strategic plan. Another area of focus is to optimize our current business structure. We've ran a hybrid bureaucratic / enterprise structure, which has resulted in inefficiencies. That was the intent of this authority, to optimize that business structure and to establish a commercial environment.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Any questions, comments from the Board of Directors before we vote? Lana?
Yeah. Well, in light of the comments that Austin made about the 10 to 12 data centers, I'm going to comment on that too, because that was the first I heard of it too when I read the 10 to 12 data centers. So I'm in agreement with the chair when he makes those comments. In this strategic plan, though, just for the benefit of the members and the benefit of what we went through with the weekend and everything that we seen, and all the chatter and the concern from the membership, what is in the strategic plan for the data centers?
So there's nothing in the strategic plan for the data centers now. That was removed. And what was in there was a couple paragraphs that it was in a research discovery phase. Due to the economic impact that these are having nationally and internationally around the world in AI and its prevalence, I was conducting research preliminary. There were no actions. And this plan, just as you can see in the resolution, in accordance with governance, the governance authority and oversight of the Sioux Tribe Enterprise Authority, the plan is not an extension of CEO authority. It is simply a culmination of the strategies we are working on, research we are doing, and things we're developing. So there was a reference to research, which I was researching different business models in regard to data centers, but there was no action. We were nowhere near taking any action. It was just research to bring back to the board under our current model.
Do you mind if I add to that? So Dan talked about things being taken out of the strategic plan. Was anything taken out of the plan to build 12 data centers?
No, there was discussion on research and pursuing research and seeing if we could pursue a strategy or a model. There was no discussion on
So
action.
not 12 data centers.
No.
What about a single data center?
Not one data center.
Okay, so mostly research, figure out what the environmental impact is,
Correct.
how much water they use, how much electricity they use, whether or not they'd be a good fit for the tribe, which is what your job is. Your job is to do research on what businesses are non-gaming that can provide revenue for the tribe to pay for services for low-income families. And then it's up to leadership whether or not to pull the trigger or not. You know, the idea that we were voting on 10 to 12 data centers scattered all throughout the Upper Peninsula is the biggest lie that I've ever heard while sitting up here. The biggest lie that can be verified with one phone call. So I'm still upset about that something like that would be spread throughout our tribal community. So at the end of the day, you did your research, you know what I mean? It's probably too controversial of a topic, but I also think it's important to remember what kind of energy we use at our other properties. So how much electricity do, tribal casinos use? How much did Greektown use? How much water do we use, Nothing but research. And all the money that we get paid, whether or not it's from Loom, from casinos, from gas stations, which produce a lot of carbon dioxide when they go through a combustible engine, is to pay for services. So a lot of these businesses aren't the cleanest, but the services that they pay for are clean and they're absolutely necessary, period. And we all the time get preached at about separating ourselves from the federal government. Well, it's like newsflash. We operate out of Chippewa County, which has the highest poverty rates out of any county in the state of Michigan. We're in a rural location. What kind of businesses can we develop that are going to have a meaningful impact on a tribe with 50,000 people? There's not a ton of them, but that's why the research took place. Again, there was no plans to vote on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, period. Facts matter.
Correct. I completely support that. There was no plans to build any data centers. It was research on the economic value and the high-level environmental impact. Research, discovery, that is what it was. That is, you're absolutely right.
Aaron?
Yeah, so I just want to add, I appreciate the fact that we're developing an EDC or economic development or enterprise strategy for what we're going to look at, because if you look at the boondoggles that we have wasted, hundreds of millions of dollars in the past, the developer deal, I'll stop there, but the one that led to an $88 million debt. The Indian Energy is another example. I was not in office when that was passed. Nobody on this board was nor supported it. Riverside Trailer Park, that also was done without any pro forma or any return on investment. The golf courses were done without any pro forma or return on investment, and even to this day, we can't say that they're ever going to turn a profit or even pay back the fixed cost. So there is no expected return on investment for the golf courses. And so it's good that we are passing this so that anything that we're looking at in the future has to go through a process to determine the feasibility. And Dan has demonstrated his fidelity to that, not bringing foolishness to the table. Of course, that's not going to stop board members from bringing foolish proposals that don't have any return on investment, but maybe it'll move us in that direction, so I appreciate that. One thing you might say is that democracy worked because somebody mobilized and they got people to contact board members. I've gotten calls over the last 2 or 3 days, phone calls that I've answered every one of them, or emails, and I forwarded several of those to the board that was saying we were going to do 10 to 12 data centers, that this was going to happen, that we've been meeting over it for several months now. And when I wrote back and said, no, that's not true, we haven't been talking about it, then all of a sudden I'm lying to them. But somebody was definitely lying, because where did the 10 to 12 data centers come from? So I would not have supported a data center. Okay, so I'm on the side of protecting the environment, but the thing is that, and maybe I should just say that and leave it at that, but manipulating our people for whatever personal gain that was being done for, to get people riled up enough that they had to call the board members to tell the board, don't approve this, that's on the agenda for Tuesday. It's not on the agenda for Tuesday. It was never on the agenda for Tuesday. And so that manipulation, and Chairman Lowe's, you said it perfectly. We're during election time. A couple of candidates have picked up on it, and they're using it in their platforms now. It never was a proposal. And so, you got to look with a jaundiced view at anybody that would put that out there, or anybody that would campaign on it as if it were real. Where would we put 10 to 12 data centers? We don't even have property to be able to do 2 or 3 data centers, for that matter. So, but putting in a strategic plan that we will do due diligence is exactly what we should do. And so if we were going to do a data center, the pros and cons would have came out in the wash, and there would have been a recommendation one way or the other. But finally, the thing I want to say is I just saw online another post to say that we won. We convinced them that the board took out from the strategic plan the data centers, and that was posted before this meeting was open, which means somebody from this table is giving updates to the person who posted it initially to tell them that it was taken out of the strategic plan. So if I had done something like that, there would be an investigation. There'd be, a firm hired to do an investigation, $100,000 expense. But so I guess we'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
All right, Tyler, then let's vote and move past this silliness.
Well, beyond that, they also encourage non-tribal people to reach out to us, which is actually a direct infringement on our tribal sovereignty. So there's clearly a misperception there, and it created a lot of troubled relations that I have in my area, even like it with some of the Marquette people and the local politicians that I work with. Like, hey, how come you didn't talk to us about this? Blah blah blah. And I have to go on. The crazy thing is that the lies spread faster than the truth. And people were asking us to prove that we're telling the truth and not the liar to prove that they're telling the truth, which was insane. And the amount of non-tribal people, like I actually had more non-tribal people reach out to me than tribal citizens. So, and the crazy thing is, like, we're Dan is supposed to be doing due diligence across sectors, right? And if he came to us saying this isn't something that I would value input on, blah blah blah, like we're still going to have the discussion because there is Department of Defense issues with these things. We also have to have a place where we can have discussions for new technology, new advancements, and things of that nature. Are we going to implement them? I was the one who brought to the table the anti-AI artwork for the tribe because I saw the misuse happening rampantly, especially with the election cycle, of people using native imagery and native artwork and using AI graphics just rampantly across social media, and people are still using. The crazy thing is, like, a lot of the people who are arguing against this were using AI graphics to like make their posts more noticeable, which blows my mind. But the thing is, like, we do as a tribe have to have discussions about advancements in technologies and what the proper use is. The U.S. government isn't quite there yet, but we do need to talk about it at the board table of what we are and are not going to allow moving forward, because I think the artwork thing was the first step, and removing that from the tribe as a whole, from using AI to do native artwork and imagery. But I think we need to take that to the next level and really show where we stand with the use of AI. I understand that, Dan, several of you're not going to be able to get out of it with software. It's integrated into Microsoft now. It's integrated into almost like we're using Zoom right now. AI is integrated. But we are going to have the talk about what we're going to use it for and how far we will allow the tribe to continue moving forward with it. But beyond that, Dan, the next question for you is, what about like cutting edge technologies and things like that? Like, are you still able to do due diligence outside of the strategic plan? I know the strategic plan is just a guiding document, but how would you bring new things forward to us, just for the membership's understanding when things arise?
So, yeah, the
Right?
strategic.
So a new contract, a new partner comes up, a new technology. Explain to us so the membership can understand how things are brought forward in the future outside of the strategic plan. Because I know we're
Tyler, you're breaking up. Dan, could you answer that?
Yes, I meet with the authority once a month. Usually it is right before this meeting, in which case I submit a report anywhere from sometimes 15 to 30 pages on things I'm working on, financial updates, which we receive monthly, and any new developments or anytime somebody brings anything any type of partnership, new technologies, those things. So just because something wouldn't be in here. If something new arises, I would bring that at that executive update. I would discuss that with the board, see if there was a desire to pursue, put further resources into this, give my opinion and my input on whatever that concept, idea, initiative was. So that happens monthly.
Okay, thank you, Dan. I don't see any more hands up, so let's vote. We'll do it with roll call, please.
Larry.
Yes.
Michael. Bridget.
No.
Tyler.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Isaac. Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Sean. Lana. Aaron.
Yes.
Okay, Dan, motion carries, and I appreciate your hard work, and apologize that you got put in the middle of stuff like this. I really do.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, but yeah, it's just unfortunate that information came across as it did and caused the uproar. So I'm glad we were able to clear everything up and get all the facts out today so the public is informed.
Much appreciated. All right, so that concludes our agenda this evening. No? I'm missing something? Oh, I missed something. We got past the fun one, we have one left. So Enterprise Team Member Manual, go ahead.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Business Board of the Sioux Tribe Enterprise Authority hereby approves and adopts the Enterprise Team Member Manual as the personnel policy framework governing employees of Sioux Tribe Enterprises. Be it further resolved that the Chief Executive Officer of Sioux Tribe Enterprises is authorized to implement the Enterprise Team Member Manual in accordance with operational readiness and the establishment of enterprise human resources systems necessary to administer the policies contained therein. Be it further resolved that the Chief Executive Officer shall administer the policies contained in the Enterprise Team Member Manual consistent with Enterprise Authority governance and applicable law.
Okay. Yeah, motion by Isaac, support by Larry. Dan, could you cover this, please?
Yes, this, we've discussed this in a few different workshops now. What this is an enterprise team member manual. This was drafted over the last few months. This resembles a commercial team member manual as opposed to a government team member manual, which we currently have. One of the things that were addressed in the strategy was structure. Our structure, it is not a structure of a commercial operation, so therefore we cannot really achieve commercial results until we structure that business, these business models correctly. This is a big part of that. We're going to transition softwares to softwares that are specific to those type of businesses. Some don't have that, and along with that, we're going to have a structure of a commercial entity, and what was drafted was a HR manual that resembles that of a commercial entity. I did work with legal on this. We have reviewed this for months, refined it, covered it with the authority and workshop twice. That's a high level of what that is. And just timeline, it also references the resolution that we will not be implementing right away. I need to bring on one HR individual that will be who runs enterprise HR. But to bring that individual on, I have had the job posted, and in preparing to do interviews, I do need to have a manual so they understand what type of role they're walking into. So it will probably be a month or maybe longer before it's implemented, but at this point, I need to have a structurally approved manual in place to have a real conversation with applicants about, the job.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Any questions or comments from the board? Lana?
Yeah, we workshopped it twice, you refined it. There was some discussion on, and I understand that an enterprise manual, team member manual can be different from a governmental one. What flushed out specifically for an appeal process for enterprise? And I know that you explained it in workshops that there'll be some justification on your end. So explain to me, so when an enterprise team member says to me, I got terminated, I don't get to appeal, what am I going to tell them?
So, yes, in part of the reason we, to have a one-person HR, we did not have an appeal board, an appeal process, or those type of collective bargaining type of policies in there. Those usually aren't a part of many commercial businesses. So there will be a progressive system in there. The appeal, if somebody feels they wrongfully were written up or terminated, can speak with HR, ultimately write a letter to myself. I can review that. Then ultimately, if that is not sufficient, I'm assuming they'll reach out to you anytime, and then I will have to address it that way. But to assemble an appeal board under the current structure, that's labor, that's going to require larger departments, and it's not going to be fast, and it's not going to be agile like what we need for small business.
And I understand that because I know that our appeal process right now doesn't work. I haven't been on appeal in years. And that doesn't work. We tried to refine it. We tried to fix it. It's still the same, pretty much. So, but you'll have so if someone gets terminated, they can get a hold of your one-man or your one-woman HR.
Yes.
And they're going to make sure that the policies were followed. There's going to be probably a tier system, and then they go to you, you're going to have justification.
Correct.
At the end, anybody can come to, well, it's the board right now, but the enterprise board. And then, so that's the process. And I just wanted to be clear on that because,
Yeah, and it would be,
We talked about it in the workshop.
yeah, and it would be reviewed by me, and I take on a lot of responsibility in this process as I think I need to. There's not a large team here, so I will be involved in that process, as well as HR.
Thank you.
Aaron?
Yeah, I just want to add, I'm happy to hear Lana say that, or critique our current process as being deficient, because it is. Right now, your only chance of having some semblance of due process is getting the right board member selected to be on your appeal and hoping that you didn't run against them. It's arbitrary, it's capricious. Having politicians make the decision on whether or not you get the job back is never going to be appropriate. And so once we amend the Constitution, have a separation of powers, one of the first things we need to do is to establish tribal labor law and have those kind of grievances go up to an administrative law judge. But the council, who will become the legislature, will have to enact whatever laws are appropriate for that. And I do think enterprises need to be a little bit different, but I also don't think that we should abandon any semblance of due process, and it should not be discretionary, left up to the managers. And then certainly our current process, needs to be changed, because it never should be possible for a board member to lobby another board member to get on an appeal of a former coworker.
Okay, appreciate it. So what I'll say is this, I also feel that the appeals process doesn't work, maybe for different reasons, but I think it's a blatant conflict of interest for an elected member of the board to be in a position to give someone, a tribal member, their position back when they rely on votes to even sit in those seats. So this would be run differently. There will continue to be an appeal process, but it doesn't include an elected member of the board of directors. It would include someone in EDC, I'm assuming yourself, that has familiarity with these businesses.
There's no appeal process.
Yeah,
There is an appeal process.
there-
Dan?
Yeah, no, there is a progressive discipline system, and if someone feels that they were wrongfully terminated, then they would send that to me. So it wouldn't be an appeal process with an
Appeal
official
process,
board.
but you'd have the option of overturning the termination, which
correct.
essentially does the same thing.
Correct, yes. So it wouldn't be a formal board or anything, but it would come to me if somebody felt they had a grievance of that nature through HR to me, yes.
So like I said, I'm willing to give it a chance, because me as an elected member of this board, I don't have expertise in the different departments in this tribe to be able to overturn a program manager or program director's discretion to terminate someone. Sometimes people are problem employees, and there's a ripple effect if you give someone their job back. Right now, as long as the infraction doesn't rise above a certain threshold, I believe you have to be written up 5 times in a calendar year to be terminated, and then at the end of the calendar year, it gets restarted. So you could be written up 4 times a year, every single year, year in, year out, year in, year out, and then you continue to be employed in that department, which means a lot, you know what I mean? It means your coworkers have to put up with it. It means your coworkers have to carry a lot of the load that you should be carrying yourself. And it's just a problem, and I'll stand by it. It's a blatant conflict of interest for elected officials to be in a position to give tribal members their positions back when they're terminated. I don't know a single other gas station in our community that allows that. I don't know a single other motel in our community that allows that. And I get it, we're a tribe, but we're supposed to be operating these businesses as businesses so they can generate revenue, so we can use that revenue to pay for services. That's it, the bottom line. And I don't think we're doing any of our members a service by enabling them to be bad employees and then just be giving them their jobs back. It's not right. So I'm willing to give this a shot, and if it works, I think we'd expand it in other areas of the tribe. And as we talk about a separation, this isn't something that's included in our legislative branch. So I'm willing to give it a try. So Bridget, then Lana.
So Dan, with you saying that, what happens if the person is your direct report and they have an issue with you, then it just dies there, or do they get to go somewhere else?
No, there would be nowhere to go. They would probably call you. But yes, that is part of running a small HR. These businesses have liquidity challenges, is to not have that process in there. Because then you create that process and that appeal board, and it's not an at-will employer anymore. And then several other policies come in. So yeah, this would be, and this is also would be a risk to me, obviously, because people will complain to you that there wasn't a process. So I would ask that we try it out and see because what we've been doing hasn't been working. It does not work for those businesses, and this is how a business would structure these type of businesses. Actually, there's more policy in here than would be in these type of small businesses. So yeah, they would go to HR. They can make a complaint there, but if it would be me who would issue the termination, then they would have to bring it to you. But that's not a formal part of the process. That would be them calling you, and but I would have a memo of what happened and why that happened, and it would be in a folder just like it is now, permanent, like in their permanent file.
Okay.
Lana.
I'm just going to clarify. I don't agree with the appeal process that we have in place for different reasons. I've sat on them before, and I've given plenty of people their job back, and I've upheld determination plenty of times as well. And I also know a lot of board members that sit there with integrity, and it doesn't matter if there's a vote involved or not. They sit there and they take the claim and they take both sides and they make their justification. So to paint a picture, I didn't want to be on the side that paints a picture that it's all corrupt and it's all whatever, because I don't believe it is. I believe we can fix it. We have an opportunity to fix it. We don't need three-branch government to fix it. We could fix it now if we wanted to, if we had that discussion. So we've tried. I don't know how it's going because I haven't sat on them in a very long time, but I do know that the people that do sit on them, my fellow board members, they probably struggle like I did with those decisions. And we took an audit, and I think we get that information on how many are upheld and how many get their jobs back, and it was 50-50 at the time we asked the last time. So sometimes it works.
So I just want to say a couple things about that. So we know there's a lot of situations where employees deserve to be terminated because they're problem employees. So Dan, you had a problem employee that smashed into someone with a travel vehicle, most likely under the influence. I'm not sure if that was substantiated, but that individual appealed it, right? So they could have potentially gotten their job back even though they're not eligible to even perform the duties of that job because they wouldn't be insurable at that point, you know? And they bragged about it. I'm gonna get my job back. I'm gonna go to the board of directors. There's been other instances where, you know, people have violated HIPAA and gotten their job back where it's clear-cut violation of HIPAA. Anytime HIPAA is violated, you have to send notification to the people whose confidentiality was violated.
To
Like,
object, I don't think we should be talking about employees.
I'm not talking about employees.
You are talking about employees.
I have not talked about an employee. List the name of the employee.
That would be a breach of confidentiality. You talk about HIPAA. I'm just saying, we probably should not be calling people's jobs out either.
Okay, I'm going to continue. So there have been violations of HIPAA where people have been termed and given their job back, where you've literally had to give notification to the people whose rights were violated. That's a law. That's your right. So all I'm saying is it's not the most proper setting for elected officials to have a seat at that table, period. We're lay individuals. I mean, we should be humble. We should know where our expertise lies, you know, and I would never sit on an appeal hearing for like a casino executive. I mean, I get it that that's the process that we have right now, but I feel like someone in HR would be better suited for that. I've never worked in that position. I don't know the ins and outs. I don't know that department. I don't know what the ripple effect would be if you'd overturn a termination in certain fields, you know, and it does have an effect. I also know, because I work out of the admin building, that at various times people have problem employees and they don't fire them because they're related to board members, or they feel like the board will just politicize it and give them their job back. That's a fact. We've dealt with it. So, Aaron, does anyone else want to talk about it? Okay, then let's just vote on it. Aaron?
Yeah, the only thing I'm gonna say, because I guess I don't appreciate somebody coming back on and trying to dismiss away the concerns that I have as if I made it up, but Rob McGrory was lobbied by a board member to get on an appeal, to get off the appeal. Rob get off the appeal for that board member to get on the appeal for a coworker. And that's just unethical. It's wrong. There's no way, shape, or form you can look at it, and no matter, board members sitting at the table saying, oh, we trust our colleagues, they would never do that. That's not true. It happened. Rob can espouse it if he wants, but, and I don't know that from any closed session, so we don't need another lecture about breaching confidentiality from closed sessions. If we did, then let's talk about how your conversation yesterday got leaked out about the data centers before today's meeting. I wasn't even there yesterday. And, but Rob did report to me that a board member lobbied him to get off the appeal so that board member could get on the appeal and happened to be a coworker. And so if you want me to say more about it, I'll say more about it. I'll name names. I don't have that by any confidentiality. But board members should never be involved in making decisions on people's employment. And they certainly should not be able to lobby to get on the appeal of a former coworker. That's unethical. It's wrong. And why some board members don't have an issue with that, it's kind of amazing. It says something about your ethics.
All right, guys. Let's stop for a second.
Guys, it's only one person.
It's going back and forth at this point. So, Rob, I'm going to give you an opportunity to speak on this. Go ahead, and then Tyler.
Okay, so I'm not going to address that situation at all. I am just going to clarify that my position has always been, and I'll be clear, I sit on a lot of appeals because it's our duty. That's the process that's in place right now, but I do not agree with it. I believe 100% that our appeal process for employees should be in a court. It should be in our court because they are upheld by a set of standards that they have to follow with their licenses. And they are separate from us to an extent. It will be more separate when we pass a 3-branch government. But I would like to see the appeal process of all our entities in the appellate court system. If we could create a system over there that makes it fast and due process is upheld with a speedy trial. I think that is the best place to do it, and I don't believe elected officials should be on the appeals, but as long as that is our duty, I will show up and do my duty.
Okay, Tyler.
So I mostly agree with what Rob said, but I have also been asked to be on appeals, but I refuse. I don't believe the government should sit in on it to protect people or family members. I do not believe that at all. And what I partially agree with Rob is we shouldn't be sitting on these, but I'm also not going to sit on them because I don't believe we should be on them. And if we all just took that attitude and allowed our businesses to operate as businesses, I think we would be in a much better place as a tribe. I mean, look at, the whole outsourcing of the restaurant, for instance. But I agree, we need to get this out of our hands. Beyond a separation of powers, we can just authorize the courts. We can put it in writing in a resolution and authorize the courts to make the final determinations. And that's where I think that we should just go. That's where I agree with Rob. We should just, before the separation, let's just put it in writing and get it out of the board's hands, because we should not be involved in employment disputes and employee matters. That's micromanaging, and that's stepping in for, we're a small tribe. We have a lot of citizens, but everybody in our communities are related. There's 3 degrees of separation between everybody here. So we got to get out of it. So I'm going to vote to approve this. And I think we should move forward with just doing what Rob said. Let's just move it to the courts. Let's authorize the courts to make appeal decisions for all of our organizations.
Okay, Bridget.
Well, I was just going to hope that we could talk about the appeal process in a workshop instead of in this meeting right here.
Okay, so I don't see any more hands up, so I'll say one last thing before we vote. I'll say that the EDC division is the smallest silo in the tribe. You know, it'd be a great test case. Maybe it works. Maybe we'll get better results and we can expand it elsewhere in the tribe. If it doesn't work, we can always amend that employee manual to go back to the old way of doing things, but I'm willing to give it a try. So roll call, please.
Request for a roll call vote.
Too late. We're doing roll call. Lana. Rob.
No.
Michael. Yes. Larry.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Bridget.
No.
Aaron.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
All right, motion carries. So for real this time, that's the last item that we have on the Enterprise Authority meeting. Without objection then, meeting adjourned. And hearing no objection, meeting adjourned. Let's take a 5-minute break before we move on to our next item, which is Wayfinding and Branding Project. going to go ahead and get started. The item that we're currently on is Wayfinding and Branding Project. We have our transportation employee here, Wendy. Wendy, we want to talk us about why this is necessary and get us started?
Yes, Wendy Hoffman, Transportation Planner with the Transportation Department. Thank you for this opportunity to get scheduled in on your agenda today. Today I'm here to provide a brief overview of the Wayfinding, Branding and Wayfinding project. This project was brought to the board last year in early spring and presented as a comprehensive wayfinding and signage project that will encompass our full region, our 7-county service area, and have community input sessions, robust survey, and community audit. And that was approved by the board. So we've moved forward with that. The Transportation Department has. We've initially invited various staff across the divisions and departments to participate in the project team. And I believe we have 27 staff and community members right now on the full project team. And then we also have a subcommittee of language, culture and language specialists that have contributed extensively to this project. So what I wanted to share today was 3 of the submittals from Kaufman and Associates. So what I'm going to share are 3 style sheets and samples. You'll see in this presentation, style sheet 1 is regionally focused. Style sheet 2 is a contemporary woodlands influence, and style number 3 is Anishinaabe focused. So please note that these are in their conceptual preliminary or first draft. This is the first draft submission, and we would like guidance and input and any of your artistic thoughts on these submittals. So tomorrow will be the full project team meeting from 10 till noon, and I can share the meeting invitation with Lana if anyone would like to participate in that project team meeting. Tomorrow what we're going to be doing is really looking at some color, the color wheel, and vetting these documents. So I'm going to move through the document here. You'll see that style 1, the summary here gives you some background on how they came about this design and what it was inspired by. And then you'll see the inspirations of birch bark, water, woodland florals, porcupine quills, and geometric patterns. You'll also see, this is all was provided as a handout to the board that are in attendance today. There's also a section on explaining what you will see visually. We'll touch on the color choices, and then also fonts. So all of these, like I had said, are the initial draft, and what my understanding for our full project team and the community is for us to go through these and pick what we want from each one and narrow them down to 2 choices to finally get, in the next 4 to 6 weeks, a final product, okay? So this is our first concept. Does anyone have any ideas or any thoughts on what the first concept?
Well, I think it looks really nice, and I'm excited to see the other 2 as well. So, very cool. Any thoughts from anybody?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. So this is the one concept. Myself, I do like the font that's used. I do like that they incorporated the birch bark colors and incorporated our community input when we talked about our beading and our quill work. Then let's go down to the style number 2. Now, this one is a contemporary woodlands influence. And I don't need to read all of this to everyone. I think you guys have this available, but you will see the key highlighted points, what this direction is meant to do, what you're seeing visually, the color choices, the fonts, and a conclusion section. And now this is number 2. Mine too. Mine too. So I really like, oh, go ahead.
Does anyone want to share? I'm hearing a lot of, that's my favorite, but let Wendy know officially who wants to talk.
I will.
Okay, go ahead, Kim.
I've already went ahead and looked at the third one too. I'll be honest, the third one is definitely not my favorite. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't know what it is. The first and second are definitely would be my top 2 choices. I know you said you were looking for top 2 choices. Yeah, I don't know what it is about the third one. I really have no idea. It's just, I don't know. Anyway, first and second for me. Thanks.
Thank you.
Aaron, do you want to share your thoughts?
Yeah, this one is just beautiful. And the artwork is, I think, more like what you see on ribbon skirts, ribbon shirts, but I don't think it does it justice on a black background like that. And I'm thinking in terms of applicability. The detail of it might, if we could make sure that it's always consistent in the way that it's displayed, this one would be my favorite over the first one. The first one is also really nice, but it's less geographically, or it's less complicated. It's less busy. So it would probably be easier for implementation on anything that we're printing or doing. And so, but I do like the second one better. I haven't seen the third, but so I guess I should wait to see the third.
Okay, anyone else before we move on to the third? Okay, let's move on to that last one then.
Okay, thank you. And just so you know, we can pull from one sketch and incorporate that into another sketch. So if there's something that you really like in sketch 1 and you think it might fit artistically somehow into sketch 2, that is definitely something we're going to be working on. Now this is number 3. Oops. Not sure what that is. This is number 3.
Okay, questions, comments from the board on this? Aaron?
So Kim, I think I know why you don't like it. It's not at all, it's so stylized that it's far removed from our Anishinaabe designs. It's too stylized, and it's almost like AI generated it. No, that's just a little joke. But I think it's too far removed from our traditional designs, and I think that's probably why you don't like it.
Anyone else? So Wendy, do you need direction from us? Would you like me to poll to see what the preferred design is? Would that be helpful to you, or like, what do you need from us on these 3 options right now?
Well, I wanted to share with leadership prior to going to the full project team. So you're all aware and you all have a status update and you have the opportunity to provide input. So if you would, yeah, poll would do,
Okay.
would be helpful.
Could you scroll back up to the first one, and then we'll look at that long and hard, then we'll move to the second one, then we'll view the third one last time, and then I'll poll, and that will be the preferred design, and obviously you have to go back to your team, but you'll be able to know what the consensus is from this room as far as the preferred design.
Yes.
Yep, go ahead.
I sent a picture of the second one to Aaron because he said it was black. On the screen, it looks black, but on the handout we have, it's not black. It's navy blue, but it still wasn't coming through as navy blue as it should be, Aaron. It's still a little bit darker. in the
It's
picture.
better.
I'd say, but it's a little lighter than that, so it's very visible that it's navy blue. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that.
Yeah, it's pretty, it's, the one that, what you sent me does look different than what is on the screen, and it is prettier. It's good.
Okay.
Okay, let's move
Thank you.
on to the second design, please. Okay, and now the third.
And so, like, there was, I believe it's this last one had the, no, it doesn't.
Okay, so we viewed all three of them a second time. Lana, if you could pull the board, just let her know what your preferred design is, 1, 2, or 3.
Bridget.
2.
Aaron.
2.
Larry.
2.
Kimberly Lee. 2. Michael. 2. Kimberly Gravel. 2. Sean.
2.
Tyler. Kimberly Hampton.
2.
Lana. 2. Isaac.
2.
Rob. Okay, it looks like it's 2.
So the obviously preferred option is 2 from this body.
Wonderful, thank you.
You're welcome.
Couple key things here. So what was explained to me is we're all going to sit down in our project team tomorrow from 10 to 12, and we're going to look through colors, and we're going to look through the color wheel to ensure that the colors that we're using are accurate. And then what I mean by that is if you look at the first one, it looks a little mustard color or a little bit off of a yellow. And we're thinking that we can provide some guidance on that, the full project team. And another key thing that was shared with me from the design team was that there may be something in this, there may be something in number 1, and I'm going to go up to number 1 really quick. So there may be something in number 1 that we don't want to we want to incorporate. And one of the things that I saw was just the plant, the floral with the branches of leaves in that. I'd like to see more of the floral with, say, cedar. Oh, sorry, looks like I
It's okay.
went too long. Well, that's.
Did you run out of batteries?
I think and it's plugged in. I don't know what happened. I apologize.
You don't need to apologize. Is there anything else to go over with this, Wendy?
That's it for this. Now, I will be requesting to come back in 2 weeks, and to give another update. So it's moving quickly now. We've done audits across the service area, and we've met with community members. So another key thing on the project is the architect. So I didn't really share a lot about that when I first presented to the board, so I just want to touch on that really quick. So what we're having is we do have an architect that is going to design our own unique sign style, not just the artistic design elements of it, but the actual physical structure. So what we're looking at is the architect has went to each community, and I've highlighted where we would have a gateway sign, and the gateway sign is "Welcome to our community," the quite large one. So they've went to each community, and we have an audit and location for all the signage. So he's designing that. They are designing that. So when this is all done, the tribe will have a full package that we can put out to bid, and it's going to be our unique signs. It's not going to be boilerplate we're ordering from a company in Detroit where we're getting the same signs that are in Ann Arbor are Traverse City. They're going to be ours, and no one else will be able to use those. So
Right,
that's a
very
key
good.
thing.
Very good.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate all your hard work on this project. I think it would be a welcome addition to our tribal communities, getting the new signage out with their language and everything else. I think it'll be something that's really positive, so.
Thank you.
Miigwech, Wendy. Any final questions, comments? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
So, I know we waited our turn here, and you have it stamped here that under the blue is construction, and that's gonna start 26. Is that gonna start in the spring? That's all, the spring, yeah. What a joke, okay? The Big Bear Trail and in Hessel, the trail there, is that gonna start here in 26?
Yes, but it'll be later. It won't be right away.
Well, spring, like
finalizing-
Kim left, it was spring, yeah, a little while away.
Yeah, spring's now.
This
So-
year.
Yes, it will be this
2026.
year. We're hoping to have, I'm hoping to have that out to bid in the next few weeks.
Okay, all right.
And
Thank
we're
you,
really
Wendy.
going to be focusing on Hessel.
Yep, okay, yeah, thank you.
Isaac.
Hey, Wendy, how are you gonna treat the signs so the UV rays don't discolor them? Because if you look around, most of the signs are downgrade. After a few years, they age like really fast.
They do. So the standards, we're going to follow the sign standards. So we will be ordering the recommended signage from the Michigan, I don't know, MUCDC, their standardized signage that we have to use, just like MDOT. For any of our signs, we have to follow federal highway regulations and specs. But I believe that they last longer now. They use that 3M reflectivity. So if you go in at night and you see, if you come to a stop sign and it's really reflective, you know, the newer ones. So they also have that coating on them. So I'm hoping that they'll last longer. But a lot of tribes have a signage asset management plan where they track when they're installed and then they're updated or inspected annually. And that's something that we can do. We can do that in the future.
All right, Aaron?
So just a question, because the rumors are running rampant again. This project was, you bid on this because you used transportation dollars, right? You received bids?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes,
And then
so,
you brought it to the board, and the board made the selection.
yes, actually, so what happened with this process, and just so everyone's aware, this is funded through the Bureau of Indian Affairs Tribal Transportation Program, TTP funding. And so we follow all federal highway, all federal regulations with this funding. So this proposal was put out for public, requesting submittals. It went out for the established 30 days. When the proposals, I believe we got, don't quote me, I think we got 3 or 4. When those proposals came back, I recruited from tribal staff across the divisions, asking them to participate on the review team. And we had, I believe, 5 people review all the proposals, and the overarching selection was Kaufman, and that's what was presented to the board and presented to purchasing. And purchasing concurred, agreed with the selection. So that's how that took place. And I actually have.
Just one final,
Yep, go ahead.
one final comment is, at any point, have I ever talked with you about this project outside of a board meeting or workshop?
No, actually.
Okay, thank
no.
you.
Yeah,
Anybody else? All right, thanks, Wendy, appreciate it.
thanks, you're welcome.
Yeah, so we have one more item prior to agenda review. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 2:45. It would be a cultural enhancement program discussion. After that, we have agenda review, and then the meeting at 5 o'clock. So 10-minute break. We are on our last item of the day. It's cultural enhancement program discussion. So this is a topic that we've talked about at length, over the years. So is there any objection to hearing this item just like we would in the meeting? Limiting discussion, 2 turns per person, just like we would in the meeting, just so it doesn't go off the rails. At 5 o'clock, we're going to be debating it again, and you guys also have the opportunity during agenda review. So you guys cool with that? All right, awesome. So Kim, you sponsored it if you want to go first.
So, back when Isaac had first put the resolution on the agenda, I had a lot of concerns and a lot of questions, and then I think it was tabled. So then I was like, I know this is gonna come back up again, and I want these concerns heard, and just so I could get some answers. And then since Isaac and I have talked, he did put in some amendments to the resolution, which is on the agenda tonight, which, thank you for compromise. However, I still do have some questions, I'm just still concerned. So now what's added in is, where is it? Be it further resolved that the departments responsible for administering cultural enhancement funds shall develop a formal implementation plan outlining the criteria, procedures, and timelines for reviewing and distributing cultural funding requests. This plan shall be presented to the Board of Directors for approval to ensure equitable access for all units, transparency in funding decisions, and regular reporting to the Board regarding requests submitted, approved, or denied. None of the terms of this resolution shall be in effect until the Board of Directors approves the formal implementation plan, and until then, the Cultural Enhancement Fund shall remain administered as it currently is. That is what I told Isaac, if we could add something like that in, I would be fine with it. And the reason I said that was because I had questions when it first came up. Questions were, I literally have pages of questions, so I will just kind of skim through some of them. Is the intent of the resolution to eliminate direct unit allocation authority over cultural enhancement funds? Under this proposal, would units still have guaranteed allocations, or would funding become discretionary? What formal criteria would the culture department use to approve or deny unit requests? Could those criteria be written into policy before implementation? Who ultimately has decision-making authority if a unit's request is denied? Would the board retain oversight, or would distribution decisions be administrative? Another thing does centralizing funds under one department change the current governance structure approved by prior boards? More questions were, has an impact analysis been completed showing how each unit would be affected? Would the funds be distributed evenly among units based on population, programming, other criteria? Would quarterly reports be provided to the board detailing requests submitted, requests approved, requests denied, and rationale for those decisions? If funds remain unused at year end, where do they revert? Another question was, how does centralizing cultural enhancement funds align with the tribe's commitment to unit autonomy? Do units lose the ability to proactively plan cultural programming if they must request funding each time? What protections are in place to prevent favoritism or uneven distribution? How would smaller or more remote units, specifically 4 and 5, prevent favoritism or uneven distribution? How would we ensure our cultural priorities are respected? Does the shift effectively reduce unit directors' ability to advocate directly for cultural programming in their own communities? Let's see, would it create delays in cultural programming due to administrative approval processes, as in how long would this process take? How would emergency or time-sensitive cultural needs be handled? Because there are some emergency things that do come up. Has the culture department indicated that they actually have staffing and capability to manage and fairly evaluate requests from all units? That was something I was concerned about as well. Another thing was, this is just a devil's advocate looking forward. Does this create a precedent for centralizing other unit allocated funds in the future? If the model proves ineffective, is there a mechanism to revert back? Is there a sunset clause or review period built into the proposal? So after 6 months, are we going to review? If it hasn't been effective, can we revert back? The reason I ask that is kind of like a review period. if there's no sunset clause, no review requirement, then future boards may be reluctant to reverse the change if the change is not working. Let's see. I think that's pretty much, I felt like adjustments need to be made. I felt like it would be protecting the units if we were to have an implementation plan drafted, brought back to us before any changes were made, because I do have those concerns. And yeah, I mean, obviously, top one is, does our culture department have the capability and capacity to do this? What's built in? I mean, right now, we have difficulty getting things done just with funding and things like that. Like, how is the process gonna muddy things up? So those are all concerns that I had. Isaac, thank you for putting this change in. So those changes, knowing that a formal implementation plan, until then, until it's back to us and we approve it, that cultural enhancement funds shall remain as currently is. That is the part that I am more comfortable with this resolution. So I still wanted to get those concerns out, and during the implementation phase, or I guess, organizing, I mean, can we get these? I would be happy to send these questions to whoever I need to, just so they know where my concerns are, and so we can cover all areas and all avenues. So that was it.
Lana?
So those were a lot of questions, and a lot of them are very, very good questions. So you haven't got answers on them yet?
No.
Okay. Just to be clear, this shows an amendment saying that until we are going to move 3% of that dollars over to the land claims fund by passing this, though. That's the one thing that will definitely happen in this resolution, correct? Okay.
Yeah.
That's number one. Number two, I don't have any problem whatsoever having a quarterly, annually, monthly, weekly, I don't care, report to the board and the membership on what the dollars are that's spent and what the project is they're spent for. I think it could be as simple as that, an amendment in here, but, so this will change the structure of how much money each unit gets. All those questions are outstanding, but by passing this, it stays the same until the department comes up. The department is vested with this plan to bring back to the board?
I don't think the culture department has been consulted on anything. I just wanted to say
Okay,
that.
and that's the question. Who's gonna implement the plan if we pass this?
Do they have the capability and capacity to do so?
That's my question. Who's gonna implement the plan when we pass it? The cultural division?
Yeah, we approve their budget, so we would be ultimately administering the plan, right?
But do they have the
Well, that
capacity
was
to
one,
do so?
that's one,
Have, from when I talked to the coordinator or the director, Cody, he had said that each unit gets for expenditures is $7,500 a year, which you can't do many culture events. So we have to somehow come up with a better plan to fund them, and this is a great plan to fund them.
so he agreed that he'll implement a plan?
Well, I didn't put him on the spot, I mean.
Well, and then that's what, I mean, by passing it, we need to know who's gonna be vested.
well,
That was a
let's
good
get 'em
question
on-
that she
Let's get
had.
them down here.
The other thing is,
I know he was very encouraged about having additional dollars to do more events. Because he said he did one up in Escanaba or something, and it was $3,500. So that's 2 events you can do in a year. So why would you have a coordinator up there that's only for 2 events a year?
I'd like to add in, however, like, Larry and I have a very, very, very good relationship with our culture coordinator up there. Kelly, anytime she is like, hey, we only have this much money, we have the basket workshop, we had, the funding for 10, we have such a huge demand. Is there any way that we could get extra cultural enhancement funds to change it from 10 to 20 people? Sure. I mean, anything, like, she will just, like, hey, you two, I'm looking at doing this workshop for beaded earrings. would we be able to get cultural enhancement funds for that? And she always checks with us, and we have such a good communication with her that, yeah, I mean, that's what we use our cultural enhancement funds is to supplement her measly $7,500. So, I mean, we don't have those issues where we are, just because we are small and we work very closely with her. So even if the money wasn't to be redirected, we still are gonna have all the additional workshops and everything else that we've been having. Like, we just had a huge drum workshop this past weekend where the drum that Austin made sure was gifted to the Escanaba elders was feasted and named. And we had Bud Byron come over. I mean, there's no way that just that $7,500 for a year, plus workshop for a basket, or two of them, I should say, there's no way that that money could ever cover that. So that's where some of ours goes. So, we don't have those issues where we are, I guess.
So, can I finish now?
Yep,
Yeah,
yep,
sorry.
one at a time, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. So that's the thing. Like I said, those are good questions, and I don't have any problem on amending something to make a quarterly report to the membership on the project or where the money's spent. But this will change up the structure of how that money is spent or where it's put. So, and who is going to implement the plan? I know that there's some things that, I think Kim mentioned it, there's things that are on the spot, and there's things that we can easily get done, in our units. We've had to, use that funding to get a new arbor taken care of, paint for our, our arbor and our flags, and to buy bleachers for our powwow grounds, to buy storage sheds for our YEA projects. Those are things that, it's cultural and education enhancement. And a lot of things, we just had to do something with all the snow. We had a couple of deaths in our community. We had to get in our fire lodge. We had 3 feet of snow. We had to have someone go in there immediately. So if we had to do a fire, so stuff is on the spot. So I guess I'm not opposed to having someone work on a plan. I'd like to see it. I am opposed to taking the cultural enhancements and redirecting the funds at this time, because I'm in the process of working on gathering a list of all of the enhancement we've done for education and culture in our unit. So that's all I'm going to say.
Kim Gravel, then Rob.
Okay, I agree with a lot of what Lana just said, but the thing I've been hearing when this was put on was the membership needs to be aware, because they're all going, oh, good, it's going into the elder fund, but it's going into the land claims fund, and it says to support land claims related purposes, which aren't just the elder fund, correct? Is that correct?
So that is correct. So the money in the land claim fund generates the interest that pays the elder
The
checks every
elder
year.
checks, correct. So, but when they hear it, they think it's all going into the elder fund, and it's the interest that they get paid from. So it would make the pot bigger, which would make the checks more, but I'm thinking not a lot more. But I just want them to be aware that that's not the only thing that, when that goes in there, it could be used for other things. And then I don't like that it'll be taken out of our hands and put into the cultural department, because then you're getting the request, you got to contact the cultural department or refer them to the cultural department. Then it's up to them to decide, right, if that's what they want to do, if that's a program they want to do, and they might tell them, sorry, we already got one planned in 2 weeks. So, I don't know. I'm okay with the money going in the land claims. I'm not sure about the other half.
Rob, then Bridget.
Okay, so first of all, our Constitution does not leave any room for board members to spend money outside of a properly noticed open meeting. So that means that we are out of compliance with our Constitution. Constitution's pretty clear. So you need to notice the members 5 days before funds are spent, and it needs to be by majority vote at that meeting. So that's first things first. Second of all, like Kim had mentioned, her and Larry have a great relationship with their cultural coordinator. Well, her and Larry won't be the directors forever. And your unit's members, any unit's members, should not be dependent on whether or not we win our elections to implement these funds, nor should they know that the implementation plans of their funds are going to differ from elected official to elected official. Nor should an elected official ever have carte blanche authority to spend tribal funds however they see fit. That's wrong. So I agree with having the funds directed back into the culture department and to make a plan. Now, my answer to Kim's question would be about, does this protect each unit's individuality on how they spend the funds? My suggestion would be that it shouldn't be up to the directors. Our cultural director and his staff should go to each individual unit and have a meeting with the members and see what the members want. Because the culture implementation should not depend on director by director, nor do I think every director is qualified or has the teachings or expertise or knowledge to administer culture. That's why we have a culture department. It's their job to do so, not ours. And when it comes to the Lands Claims Fund, I'm not exactly sure on the number, but I think each unit kind of gets around 60,000 a year. I could be a little bit off on that. Times 5 is close to 300,000. You go 60% of that, you're talking 240 grand into the Lands Claims Fund, which might not generate a much higher check in 1 year, but times that by 10 and you're talking $2.4 million. Eventually, after 10 years or so, those checks are going to be drastically bigger. And when we talk about culture, there is nothing more cultural than making sure your elders are cared for. Those checks need to be increased, period. And there's no other thing that is more cultural. From the time we are born, we are told you care for your elders. There's nothing in our teachings that's much more important than that. So I support this 100%, and I don't think the members even want a quarterly report if they are able to view the plan that the culture department sets forward. So when the culture department goes to your unit, directors, as members of this tribe, you have every right to sit in there. And you have just as much of a voice as the rest of the members, but you shouldn't have more of a voice than them. That's where I'm going to stand on this.
Okay, thanks, Rob. Bridget, then Kim Hampton. Kim, that will be your second turn, so go ahead, Bridget.
Well, first I was going to talk about the lands claim. I was going to go over some of the numbers. Rob kind of hit on that. If we had the $250,000, would essentially 3% of $250,000, $7,500, average 9,000 elders going out, that's 83 cents a year more that they're getting. This is not... it's just like when there was talk when we kicked out 600 people in the tribe and they were going to get so much more on their checks and they might have got a couple dollars more. It wasn't really worth what we did to people. But anyhow, yes, I think that we have to look at something to start giving some, contributing to that. But another thing to say that the most important thing is elders, yes, but there's a lot more important things that we do to care for our elders than just get a once-a-year check. We do a lot of things. Yes, we can always do more, and we're always compared to other tribes that don't have as many people and have more revenue, but there's a lot more things to taking care of people than just a once-a-year check. But I think that, we need to figure out a revenue stream that we can dedicate to this. Some sort of revenue, not stealing. I don't want to say stealing, but we've put this money there for culture and not anything on the cultural department per se, but for years, I've been here almost 14 years, and a lot of the things weren't happening in our units. It was up here, and people either had to drive up here, or we had YEA or vans bringing people up here. And our own communities have people that can pass those teachings and do those workshops in our communities to our own people. And, you know, I know that, I don't know how people's funds were paid out. I know that there was always a big thing every time the fair came around, and that was one thing that Unit 3 took a lot of heat, but we never gave money for the fair because to me that did not fit in with cultural or education. But, you know, we've done a lot in our community with ours because we've had to look for alternatives to be able to get things. We have a community center that we had to buy tables and chairs for, a community center. They took everything out when it went to the new elder complex to fill that room that our elders have meals in. So we had nothing. We still don't have hardly any pots and pans or anything. So that's the type of things that we've used so that we can use the building for feasts, for gatherings. We've used it for the MMIP events, for Orange Shirt Day. We buy wood when we need to have fires in ceremony. We've built a sweat lodge out on the cemetery. We've taken care of Wakewayak Cemetery in a lot of ways with this, as well as our community. We've bought sheds, you know, the YEA, I just recently talked to Sue about sending kids to those different conferences. You know, we're open to that kind of stuff. You know, we passed 6 months ago probably the resolution to build the fire lodge, and that is something that we absolutely need. Another thing, like I said before, that I would like to see in our unit is permanent powwow grounds that we do not have. The ones that, you know, they're sucking us into with the state of Michigan are the state of Michigan, and it's not even viable to have powwows down there anymore, all the hoops they want us to jump through, so we should have our own. So I support, you know, I'm ready to discuss what people want to see with these, because I know that we haven't done anything with our money that would be a slush fund per se. So I'm willing to set up some sort of guidelines, but I think the whole 5% or whatever we are currently getting stays in each unit. Maybe we form a committee of youth and elders or whatever it is, but when I plan things, I also consult with the elders in my community because they do have a lot more knowledge than I do. But I just think that having this money has really done things for our outside units where they can do things in their own community with their own people as far as gathering and in ceremonies and whatnot. So I do not support this resolution at all.
Kim Hampton.
Okay, I know this is my second time talking. I just wanted to make it clear. The last time we had this discussion, it was brought up that it was unconstitutional. So I wanted to make it known. I had sent an email to Ryan Mills the day that all those comments were being said, and I said, it's not unconstitutional, is it? He said, it's always been done through board adoption, and it is an approved budget. And I said, I thought so. We discussed all of this before. It's not unconstitutional with what we are doing now with cultural enhancement funds. His reply was, I do not believe it is unconstitutional because the board adopts the budget and has delegated that authority under the tax code to delegate those funds for the unit director use. So I don't want anybody coming back and saying that any of us were doing anything unconstitutional, because we definitely did not. And I know that's my second time. I also just wanted to add in, I mean, I agree with what Bridget said. I mean, that it is important for I feel for the board directors to have input and to make sure that these funds are going to be protected, no matter what device or mechanism that's going to be. She said she consults with her elders. I mean, when we have, like when Larry and I have in-person office hours, our town halls, those are some of the conversations we have at every single one. Is, hey, so, you know, what other workshops does anybody want to see? You know, what should we be doing? Does anybody want to, you know, take a hold of this and try to figure out what funds we're going to need for this? It's those conversations that we have with the people that are in our communities, which is how we know what we need. You know, there's, right now over in Escanaba, I mean, there's a big push because we do not have a lodge over there. There's a big push from some of our elders and some of our community members. They want a lodge. Well, if it's, now, the more I talk, I'm like, oh, I don't know about this resolution now. Because the more we're trying to plan it, the more we're trying to pull people from Unit 5 who know the teachings of a lodge, what have to be done. Some of our community members in Units 4 and 5, they know those. They're willing to come and do those. How are we going to regulate that, or I don't even know how to explain it. You know, if a request goes to the culture department and we want as many of our members in Unit 4 as possible to help with this, because it is theirs too, how do we secure that? How do we make sure that that's actually going to be done? I know it's come up before about having like a standard list of vendors, you know, people who do this and people who do that. I never have agreed with that. And the reason I don't agree with that is because somebody from the East End who does, you know, certain things, great. But I don't want somebody on the West End to be overlooked because they haven't done it before, or they haven't done it enough to where they could do the same thing and they're in our communities. I don't know. There just needs to be, I guess I don't really understand what the big thing is with cultural enhancement funds, why they're constantly being called slush funds. I don't know what else is being done in other units. Is there something else being done in other units that is showing that these funds shouldn't be in the hands of board directors who are talking with community members? I don't know. Like, why the change? Why the shift? When communication. How about communication? You know, I am totally open with having some sort of procedure for cultural enhancement funds where, you know, our members are able to, or you know, can request or can see what exactly have cultural enhancement funds in Unit 4 been used for the past 6 months. Ask me. I'll tell you. Do I put things out there? Yes. Could I probably do it a little more elaborately? Probably. But why can't we put those measures into place for each unit? I'm just so afraid that Units 4 and 5 on the West End years ago were so neglected in being able to have things is that going to happen again? Because the capability and capacity just is not there to do it from a centralized unit. So there's still a lot of unknowns, a lot of questions that just don't have answers. I just think there could be a better solution, but it's going to take communication and talking and planning and some compromise. So.
Bill, did you have something you wanted to say?
I just wanted to give a kind of a frame of reference as to the dollars that we're talking about.
Hey, Bill, can you also tell us what's left in each unit in their fund balance, I guess you'd call it?
Yes, I can.
What's left over?
Yep, I can do that too. Let me just get there. Change my date. Okay, just as a frame of reference, in 2025, the current cultural enhancement education funds generated $221,122. So if you divided that by 5, I put $44,224 into each unit. If you divide that out so that 2% and of that 5% would go to culture, then that would be $88,449, and the elders at the 60% of that amount would be $132,673. Currently, in each unit, is that what you wanted, Isaac, is the balance in each unit? Okay. As of January, because that's the last time or not the last time, but that's as far as I've got reconciled at this point. Unit 1 has 78,337. 2, 105, 505. 3, 224, 551. 4, 59, 521. And 5, 156, 146.
How much is that total, Bill?
The total is $624,064.
Geez, that sure would help the culture department fund some of their programs, eh?
Oh, well, that's up to you folks.
Okay,
I
so I
don't-
appreciate that, Bill. Isaac, you're next on the list. Go ahead.
Hey, so that's what thanks, Bill. That's the first time in 3.5 years that I've been able to get that information, so pretty amazing that we have over $600,000 that's just sitting there. I would agree, let's take this 600,000, put it in a lands claims fund, and then just forget my resolution. But we've all been here and we've all said that we're gonna eventually pay that loan back, and we have not done a thing about it. This is my third resolution since I've been on the board, trying to get some monies to go back into that fund. But evidently, it's most likely gonna get shot down again because it is a slush fund. People use it when they wanna use it, where they wanna use it, and who they pick. Bill, do you know if there's any procurement policy in place to use these funds?
The requests initiate through the board office.
It's just a request. They don't follow purchasing policies.
Oh, I can't pass judgment on that.
We actually do, Isaac, because that's how Bridget's resolution came to the board. We don't have signature
Ever
authority.
seen a RFP?
Holly doesn't have signature authority to do that because they went directly with Sioux Tribe Construction to do the lodge.
Yeah,
So-
but I do not see any RFP for culture enhancement expendable funds for projects of any sort. And I get on those, we have every bid openings on, it's televised or on Zoom, so you can go there, and I've never seen it, so evidently they don't follow purchasing policies.
I can provide an answer to that. So under the purchasing policy, under addendum B, the exclusions from the purchasing policy, it clearly exempts all cultural projects from having to go out and follow the purchasing policy.
There's no purchasing policy.
All right, guys, so I have Rob, Kim Grabel, Lana, and that's your second term for all three people that I just mentioned. So go ahead, Rob.
Okay, so I have to point out one thing. Asking our legal to make a recommendation on what's constitutional or not is actually not really proper. I mean, you can do it and take what he says for granted, but the Constitution's also clear about that. The body that is to interpret the Constitution is this board. So collectively, it is our job to interpret the Constitution, not legal. And I've said it since elected, legal is not hired to govern this tribe. We are elected by our members to govern the tribe. And per the Constitution, part of that oath that we take is that we will interpret the Constitution. So I have every right to say it's unconstitutional, and I believe so because the Constitution specifically says that the board shall not take action without notifying its membership 5 days in advance and placing it on a public agenda. And that does not happen when we expend these funds. So in my interpretation, it is a violation of Constitution. And my interpretation, because my members elect me to interpret it, is holds a little bit more weight than our legal. So legal's not elected to govern the tribe. They are employed by us to give legal counsel, and that needs to be clear. So the other part of that is I got to correct something here because it was stated that maybe elders will get something like 89 cents, but Bill just told us that it was, Bill, can you clarify that again? What per year would this mean that the Lands Claims Fund would accrue?
If this resolution is passed, based upon the revenues generated through the hotels in 2025, which was 221,122, 60%, or the 3% that's in the resolution, would be 132,673.
So approximately over 10 years, we would gain $1.32 million in the lands claims fund.
Assuming that the revenues, stayed the same, yes.
Yeah, roughly stayed the same. And then what percentage interest do we earn per year on that?
Well, our investments earned currently, the elder fund is a little bit tricky, Rob, but our investments currently, did somebody say something?
I think it was just a crack in the
Oh,
microphone.
all right. Between 4 and 5%, except for, obviously, the loans that are in the elder fund, that the general fund pays the interest on, are at 12%.
So do you have some kind of a ballpark estimate of what that would raise the checks over a 10-year span?
Oh, well, that's a function of, the number of elders, which have been going up considerably each year. So I'd have to do a little bit of homework to figure that
Okay.
one out.
But it's going to be a whole lot more than 89 cents, right?
I would think so.
Okay. My position stays the same, that, we're elected officials. Many of us don't have the proper culture teachings that we need to administer culture. I think that we should have input, and I think that we should show up to a community meeting and give our feedback. But some people keep mentioning that the request would go to the culture department. That's not how that would work if this was in place. The way I understand it is that a plan will be developed and submitted and approved by us, which we would have input per unit. And once that plan's in place, the culture department would be responsible for administering that plan. So there wouldn't be no more request. It would be, if your unit's plan says we want X amount of moccasin workshops, drum classes, or whatever you guys decide, that would be built into a schedule, probably on an annual basis, and members would have input. Well, my suggestion would be to have the culture department go to each unit and give the members the input that board members can attend and voice their opinion. But once that plan's in place, it would just be the function of carrying out that plan. So I don't think it would be open to, hey, there's this request or that request, and the culture department decides on case by case. I think they build a annual plan with membership input and release it to the members and say, this is what we've come up with as our unit that we want to see in our unit, and this is what we're going to carry through on. So to answer Kim's question about what has happened that makes this such a hot topic is, prior to 2022's election, there was very clear use of these funds that were going to specific people that would become attack dogs for incumbents, because they were approving funds over and over to specific people, and you could easily look at who got those funds and then go look at their Facebook and see who they were supporting and who they were attacking. And it was really clear of what was going on. These funds were abused, and they were abused over and over and over. It's not any kind of secret. Our members saw it, and it made them mad enough to put pressure on it. I get so many complaints about cultural enhancement funds, and members are pissed off. They do not like the board of directors having carte blanche authority over any of their funds, period. They don't. And so to make excuses over and over and over of why you should have specific control over these funds is just ridiculous to me. There's no reason a director should have carte blanche authority, even if you have to agree with another person in your unit or have a majority like in Unit 1. We just shouldn't be deciding these on a case-by-case basis. We have a culture department, and it's their job to administer culture, and that's where I stand.
Okay, I have Kim Gravel, second turn, Lana, second turn, Bridget, second turn. Go ahead,
Okay.
Kim.
Okay, we're all guilty of using these funds. If he says we're not following our Constitution, every one of us is guilty of that. So, And Bill, we do receive, you do send us the balances for these funds. I've seen them in our emails. I was trying to pull them up, but my Outlook's not working right now. And I have received them from you before.
I send them out to the unit members.
Right.
I don't send them out globally, as Isaac pointed out.
Okay,
I
but I
send them
have
just
seen
to the
ours.
Unit 1
Okay.
members, just the Unit 2 members, and so on.
Okay, and then, you kind of hit on the loan that we have against land claims, which is, how much do we owe on that?
$22,300,000.
Okay, and when will it be paid off?
It's not reducing any principal at this point.
Okay, but we pay 12% interest on that?
Correct.
Correct, so that's money going into the,
There was, excuse me, Kim, there was an $11 million loan from back in 2010 or 8 or something like that, that was paid off.
right,
But there's two $10 million loans and a $2.3 million loans that were made in the past that don't have any current principal reductions.
okay, because we're paying a higher percentage to keep money flowing into that interest.
Correct, the 12% a year.
Okay. And then, what was the other one? Talking about people campaigning against people. I had construction companies that take bids from us campaigning against me, so it works both ways. And that was in the 2022 election, so I saw that happening then too, you know, so it's people we give bids to, and then they campaign against the board of directors, which, you know, it happens all the time. So, I think that was it. I wanted to hit on the loan and the 12% interest rate, and then that we're all guilty of using that money.
Point of
And I-
information, 12% is used for the elder checks, correct? So there is nothing, the balance of the land claims fund has never increased since we received it, period. So keep that in mind.
But
We
if-
are getting
Wait a
interest,
second,
but
wait a
it's not
second.
going towards the,
If you took the
Wait a second.
12% out, the checks would be lower.
The Land Claims Fund originated, I don't have the exact figure, but at 19 million.
Yep. In 97.
And,
6.
whoops,
It was paid in
what did I
7.
just do?
Yeah.
Oh.
We got $1 million settlement that we put in the lands claim funds back in,
And there's
Janet
been,
would know that.
and that's correct, there's been some other deposits in there.
That from that one, Blue Cross Blue
And
Shield.
the fund now has a total of, at January 31st of '26, of $37,290,222.
Okay, thanks,
And
Bill.
then we also have to keep in mind that they are continually enrolling more elders every day.
True.
And I also think it's important to note that those payments are made out of 1173, which is like Bill had mentioned earlier, which is the general fund.
Okay. And, yeah, I'm okay with giving some of this money to the land claims, but I'm not okay with putting the other into the cultural department. I think each unit should be able to decide. And I have not seen anyone here do a cultural thing without using cultural people that know what they're doing. I've been to drum workshops, basket workshops, and we've always had someone very cultural doing those teachings. So, and there's more workshops. I haven't attended them all, but from what I hear, they've been with people that know what they're doing.
Okay, thank you, Kim. All right, so next on the list, Lana, then Bridget. I have to step out to take a call. Isaac or Kim, if you guys can handle the speaking list, then give everyone a 10-minute break once we conclude. After this is just agenda review, and then we're having the meeting, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm not really sure the last time. I know that, Bill, you included in your executive report to us when you report, and that's the history or the lands claim funds as it stands. You had just said that there's $37 million in there. In your report, you break that up, which is an asset and which are outstanding loans, including the 2 loans that we have out right now.
Correct.
And when the comment was made that we've never, ever put any money in there, that's not accurate. We put that $1 million in there from a settlement that we received. I can't remember the year. My point being, we should do, and we've done it before, and I think Lana actually did it years ago, and did a legislative history on the lands claim funds, detailing what we received, the initial $19 million, what we used it for, why it was used, what the interest is, because we pay a 12% and a 10%, correct? On 2 separate,
All 3 loans are at 12%.
okay. Okay, good, I'm corrected. And then how much we have in cash, how much we have to make up that $37 million. So I think that we should be transparent about that and put that out to the membership too, and, in parentheses, land claims funds, because Kim's right. When the elders think it's going into the elder fund, I think it kind of gets them confused, and we haven't done that in a long time. Even if we I think I still have that, Lana. You did a really good job on that history. Yeah, you guys did a good job on that. And I think maybe even a legal, Courtney Kacher went around to the elders and actually presented that, so we could explain that to the elders, what the lands claim fund was initially, when we initially received that.
Excuse me a second, but internally, we have a spreadsheet that
You give us that, yep, you always give us
essentially
that. Yep,
pulls that forward every year.
yep. And I know, Bill, and I appreciate that, because that's in you and Holly's report, executive reports, when we get that from you. So I can cite that when I'm at the elders and tell them exactly what it is, but that's just my elders, and I don't put that on Facebook, I don't write it out there, I don't think that's any non-member's business. So, then the other thing I was gonna say, I'm not gonna say much more. I'm not gonna say much more right now, other than, I agree with Kim Hampton, and our general counsel, that it's not unconstitutional, because if it's unconstitutional, we just got these totals, 78,000, 105,000, 224,000, 59,000, and 156,000. So everybody's using this money unconstitutionally right now, if that's what we're going to say. The money is budgeted per resolution for the service of cultural or education enhancement. And we have to remember, this wasn't just cultural enhancement. I lived the days when we didn't have the ability to do language and language and culture in other units, because the fact is they didn't have enough money, they didn't have enough bodies, they didn't have enough to get out of the area. So when we bought educational books for Pickford School, because the court, what do you call them, Title VII or Title VI, they reached out and said, we don't have any kind of library for this. We gave funds to that. We gave books to that. We gave those for their Native American class. So it's also for educational purposes. I wasn't going to get on any kind of soapbox, but I think, and Kim had said it too, Kim Gravel, I have heard about funds that, and I'm not going to throw anybody out under the bus here. I could, but I'm not gonna, because that's not my style. It's not in my DNA to do it. I'm getting to that point, kind of, though. I hear things that are used in other units, too. I don't read about it on Facebook. I read about my friends getting money on Facebook for a service that they do well at, and I'm very comfortable with those amounts being put out there, very comfortable about the projects. But I have some questions on where some of this money has gone as well. And for people to say, they're using it without an RFP. Well, was there an RFP for snow plowing when there was snow plowing done up here in Unit 1? I mean, we know the answer. The answer is no. We know there's an exclusion. So that's all I'm going to say.
Bridget?
Isn't Kim running the meeting? Secretary runs it after the vice.
Bridget?
Wow, okay. That would be following the Constitution. All right, so going back, Bill, I think you had said, after we would pay out the 3%, that essentially we would be dividing up about 88,000? Roughly? Okay,
The 3% to the elder fund, you mean?
yep.
Yes,
And
if
so-
it's based upon last year's revenues.
Okay, so it would be safe to say that each unit would end up with less than $20,000 a year then to do the cultural, if we're dividing that up by 5?
Right.
Okay. I guess maybe I'll bring a resolution to take money out of the iGaming, because that's a consistent revenue source if we want to pay the lands claim fund back, instead of taking it out of our cultural money. I do want to say, it's sad, I don't remember what year we did this, if it was 2020 or whatever, but it was a great thing that we did. We can't be a tribe without our language and our culture, and we were bringing something into our communities that we haven't been able to do. Like Lana said, there was no money. I mean, when I got on the board, we were $78 million in the hole. We couldn't do anything. We got that debt paid off. We get to bring this into our community, and it was a great program. And now, all it's being used for is targeting, harassing, negative, hateful things. Nobody can even come and put on a workshop without getting vilified because they don't get along with somebody or whatever. It's put into people's campaign materials. I mean, what kind of people are we to do that? Like I said, I don't know that I've ever seen anything so positive turn into so negative and tear people apart. That's all I can say. But I will bring a resolution to take iGaming money and give it to a lands claim.
Mike?
I guess just to weigh in, I think I'm not supportive of taking it from culture to put towards that. I do think that we need, as a group, to get together and figure out ways to address the land claims fund and ways to increase it. We have in the past put banknotes in there, we put vape tax in there, but obviously we still need to work at it harder and find other avenues. I do think that the cultural stuff probably could, the way it's currently ran, because I actually opposed this the way we did it originally when we first put this in. I opposed it going that route, the way it's being done right now. And I can freely admit, though, that I was probably wrong, because I do think all of our units have benefited from the way it's been done. Members have access to more workshops than they ever have previously, in all the units, Unit 1 included. So in a perfect world, I think that would fall on their culture department, but we've had turnover in the culture department a lot. We've had changes in there. We've had it where they didn't handle it. I mean, they just didn't do it. So it was done that way. Do I think there's room for improvement now? Absolutely. But doing it this way, I'm not supportive. Plus, there's words right in here that says this doesn't do anything, absolutely nothing, until we do an implementation plan. So we're putting the cart before the horse here anyways. We need to do a better job on a plan on how that cultural funds will be used. But this states right in it, we won't do any of the terms in any of this reso unless we approve a plan. So we could approve this tonight and not approve a plan for years and still do it the same way we've always been doing it. So why do we need this? If you're gonna put language in it that says it doesn't do anything until we approve it, then let's see what that looks like, approve that, and then move on from it from there. But do we need guardrails and more transparency? Sure, but there is a benefit to it, and I think all the units have benefited from access to culture. So, and we do need to do a better job of figuring out ways to increase our land claims fund. We have dabbled with it in the past. I do think that there's more to be done there. And iGaming got brought up. That we had a discussion when we first did iGaming too, that was a possibility. Although I do think iGaming's kind of been earmarked for a lot of renovation projects and whatnot like that. So I think there's still opportunity to have a discussion though, but I can't support this as written. Yield.
Anyone else? Okay, any closing things, Bill or Holly? Okay, then we will recess for 10 minutes, then we will do agenda review. So we'll be back at 3:55.
Our seats, and we'll go ahead and begin with agenda review. All right, everyone, we are going to get started with agenda review. So we've covered a lot of these resolutions earlier today, so we're going to skip past those ones. So we're going to start with approving amended cultural committee bylaws. Tyler and Laura Bouchard, you're both online. Could you guys cover this for our membership, please?
Yep, I'm here. Tyler might be driving. Basically, tonight we're just approving the bylaws that were amended to meet the requirements of those resolutions. We workshopped them once before, so tonight we're just hoping to get them approved.
Okay, Laura, thank you so much. Any questions or comments for Laura? I appreciate it, Laura. Thank you so much. Next up is amending bylaws of the Education Committee.
Hi, everybody. Stephanie Sprecher, Education Director. I do want to note that we have Kurt Babcock on. He is the chair of our higher education, now being proposed as Education Committee. So I'll speak, and then Kurt, if you have anything to say, if that's allowed. Okay, this resolution is being presented to rename the Higher Education Committee to the Education Committee. The committee has decided to change the scope as well as amend its bylaws. The proposed title change reflects the newly formed committee's dedication to serving in an advisory capacity to all of our education division programs, including but not limited to higher education. I do want to note that this committee, we have a really, really great committee, and they are dedicated, in the original bylaws, the scope was higher education. And a lot of the programs you'll see in the red line version, there's been a lot of work in there, so they might be a little hard to read in certain points, but the scope actually, in the authority section on the first page, listed programs currently how we don't operate any longer. So we amended those to include other divisions or departments within our division. This group is really, really dedicated to serving in an advisory capacity from well, early childhood, you will not see early childhood in there because they do have their board advisory and policy council. That does not mean that the committee won't be involved with Chandra and still pull her in. We just didn't want to muddy that up. But all of the other programs we put in there, and we're going to start, if this is approved, pulling in the managers and really seeing where we can get with the committee and their recommendations in the entire education division, not just higher education. I do want to note too that the bylaws were amended, as you'll see attached, to reflect not only the title change and the scope change, but also the committee has adhered to Tribal Code Chapter 96, which was the open meetings ordinance, and then also Resolution 2024-225, which was directing committees to update bylaws to promote our at-large members. And actually, Kurt, our chair, comes from Muskegon. He's one of our at-large members as well. So that's all I have. I don't know if Kurt has anything else.
Awesome, I appreciate it. I turn it over to you, Kurt, if you have something to add.
I don't have much to add other than what Stephanie already said, except I would want to reiterate that I think our group is really excited to get rolling. We've got a full board of what appear to be very dedicated people, so I'm excited to be the chair and see where this takes us, and thank you for letting me sit in on this. So thank you.
Much appreciated, and thank you for your service. Any questions, comments? Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. The next resolution that we're going to cover is approving MOU Sioux Area Public Schools.
This agreement, we're really excited to bring this forward today. It's being presented for approval to execute an MOU with Sioux Area Public Schools to facilitate a much-needed summer program for our Unit 1 students. We're very excited about this partnership and the opportunity to provide a program to our students to prevent academic regression throughout the summer months. The summer program will be available to students in grades 2nd through 5th and will operate Monday through Thursday, half day in the morning. We're still working out some of the details, so you will see details released later on this on the times. It's going to operate 6 weeks beginning on June 8th and go through July. And in the MOU, you will see what resources Sioux Schools is providing, as well as YEA, which is our partnering department for this program. I do want to note, no additional funding is being requested for this. As we've promised, we're really working with school districts, and we're working in other counties and units as well to hopefully develop these same type of partnerships. We're really using this as a trailblazer to show when you have that relationship what you can do. And Lake State has closed their summer program this summer. We do have our Big Bear Summer Rec program, but JKL has a great summer school program. But besides that, we're really at a need for this in our community. And we do want to note that Sioux Schools Administration has been great in that they understand that in order for us to proceed with this MOU, that our culture and our history and our teaching stay at the forefront. So we, in the MOU, you will see that Sioux Schools is providing teachers, all teachers, to staff the classrooms, including a special education teacher. They're providing the space, which is now Malcolm, the previous Sioux Township Elementary, which we're very excited because they have such a great outdoor space in the back with trails, a greenhouse, and so we're really excited about that. They also are providing all food services, breakfast and lunch. So that helps us save in our grant dollars, so we can use that elsewhere. And what we are providing is our, Lisa Burnside's behind me, the YEA manager, but she has been integral in this as well. We're providing all of our YEA staff that would work in the summer program to the program. And I'm really excited because Melissa Cosley, our Unit 1 coordinator, is actually in charge of all of the curriculum, all of the activities, the field trips. They let her take charge, and she is just so excited. She's already started planning that. And so on top of that, we are looking to see what else I'm missing that we're providing. It's just going to be a really great partnership with no additional dollars. And besides that, I did want to note as well, because this came up earlier when we talked about the YEA budgets, that this is a partnership with the school district, but we do understand tribal preference applies, and Sioux Schools is on board with that. So we've had that discussion. So what we are doing is we have existing YEA students that don't go to Sioux Schools. They may go to JKL, and JKL has a great summer program. But if we are going to have first choice on our tribal students, so we'll have a deadline date for our tribal students and our YEA students, so even if they go to JKL, they will not be turned down. And then once that date passes, and that will be advertised largely, then we will move on to Sioux School students. But I do want to note that a huge percentage, I think 51 or 52% of Sioux School students, actually the majority of our YEA students in Unit 1 are through Sioux Schools. So I think a large majority of these students are going to be tribal students anyways, but a tribal preference will apply. So I just wanted to make note of that as well.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments on this? It all sounds wonderful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, appreciate it. The next resolution is applying for EPA Wetland Program Development Grant.
Hi, everyone. I'm Danny Fagan, Natural Resources Division Director. So the Natural Resources Division Environmental Program is looking for approval to apply to the EPA Region 5 Wetland Program Development Grant. We frequently get questions regarding wetlands on tribal trust and fee lands from other governmental and non-governmental entities within Sioux Tribe. And we'd like to apply for Track 1 to develop a program plan and build tools such as an inventory and GIS framework for wetlands on tribal lands, a baseline conditioning and assessment approach, and also just have the staff that can better respond to those internal requests.
Thanks, Danny. Any questions, comments? All right, I appreciate you. Thank you. The next resolution is, let's see here, Bureau of Indian Affairs Tribal Transportation Program 2026 through 2029 Transportation Improvement Plan, TIP.
I'll just go ahead. Okay, thank you. Afternoon, Wendy Hoffman, Transportation Planner with the Transportation Department. So today I'm presenting the 2026 to 2029 Transportation Improvement Plan. This is our financially constrained short-term strategic plan, which identifies the BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs, priority projects for the next 4 years. So this is this short-term strategic plan is is a requirement through the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and if this is approved, it will be sent to the Bureau with the approval resolution in the next few days. I believe there are 13 projects in the tip that would be funded under BIA, and then you'll also see 10 projects, they're all construction, and 10 projects that are listed under the RAISE grant section. So a total of approximately 20 projects.
Thank you, Wendy. Any questions or comments on this? Okay, appreciate it. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Next up is donation to Native American Honor Flight. This is through the Board of Directors, so I can speak on this really quickly. So this would cost the tribe $25,000. I believe we had previously talked about allocating $5,000 from each unit's cultural enhancement funds. It was previously reported today that there's an excess of $600,000 in those funds, so we can certainly afford it. I believe that each unit would send 2 veterans, if I'm not mistaken. Since this program has never been utilized by us, we'd have to figure out how we're going to select each veteran. But what I would propose doing is creating an application through the Elder Division. If people meet the criteria, which is serving in the military, you apply, and then the Elder Division do lotteries for each unit. I think that would be the quickest, easiest, and fairest way, and it would avoid favoritism as well. 12? I might be mistaken then.
There is 12, but how do you divide that by 5?
Yeah.
So I don't know what you do with the 2 extras, maybe at home.
So the remaining 2, you could potentially do at large. That's a wonderful suggestion. Or you can just pull it from the remaining ones and be luck of the draw. But open to discussion, guys. Bridget.
I wasn't here when this was discussed, unfortunately, but I know that they do a lot with this group, but would it be, since we can only accommodate 12 members, is there a way that we could charter a bus of elders and bring them to see some of the things in DC? Would it be, I don't know how much that would cost. It would probably cost more than that, but we could also probably bring more than 12 people. That's just a thought.
We could, but there's a lot of logistics that would play into that. You'd obviously have to have a driver, you'd have to have tour guides, you'd have to make sure that their dietary needs are met. Driving to DC looks a lot different than flying. You might have some diabetics on that bus, bathroom breaks, things of that nature. I would recommend doing it like this, and if we want to expand it in the following years, we can expand it with a bus. We can do something beyond it, but I think it's a good program. It's been around for a while. I think Mike McCoy is the one that brought it to us as an opportunity, but I'm supportive of it. Okay, anyone else? Okay, go ahead.
I would like to see some research done on that idea for the next year. But then again, I know the VFW, I think they only take 1 or 2, and the Legion and that. So there might be a limited amount of spaces for them.
We'd have to do the research ourselves because, there's not a tribal program that's conducting this, so we'd have to, assign it to someone, come up with the costs of the hotels. I don't know if they'd be planning on making the drive in 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, hotel costs, food costs, things like that.
Point of information, like, just to throw it out there, it could be like Air Bear Travel out of Sheboygan. They run groups all the time. There's a Horizon one out of Mount Pleasant that coordinates these trips all the time. It just could be something that they could tell us,
Some research on it,
Yeah, just some research.
Okay, Lana.
2 things. Where's the funding coming for this from?
So we had previously talked about it coming out of cultural enhancement and even 5K from each coffer.
Okay. All right. So is that request already submitted? Or this will do it?
This
Would do it,
accomplish
okay.
that, yeah.
Then the second thing is, so it's coming out of cultural enhancement dollars. And then designating you to do once you implement and figure out the plan, how they're going to do it, can that be sent to us so that we can let them know how, when we have questions on who's going to get to go or how they're going to do it? And I agree with pulling the names out of a hat and letting the Elder Division do that. I don't have any comment on the extra 2. It doesn't really, as long as it's fair across the board. So I agree with all that, but that I wanted to know where the funding was coming from.
So how would this look? So we approve it tonight, 5K gets pulled from each unit's cultural enhancement funds. We task the elder division to, coordinate it. So they would create a flyer. They would obviously have to contact Honor Flight, figure out the logistics of this trip, put it all in the flyer, criteria, all that, put out the flyer. You'd have an application period. You'd let people know that a drawing would take place on a certain date. They'd pull 2 names from each unit, and then you have 2 other people that can go, and then they just pull them from the remaining applicants regardless of what unit they're in. You guys okay with that? We do it? Bridget?
Just to throw it out there, maybe we want to also pull a few names for alternates in case something happens and we need to fill the spot too.
Fine, yep, I think that's good. Mike?
Do we know, like, I like what we stated and how we're gonna do that, but do we know if this honor flight, they may have already selected people that are tribal members, no? Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because when they presented last time, I wasn't really sure, that part kind of got a little, when I wasn't quite sure how they selected people. I wasn't sure if they were gonna be doing it, if we were gonna be doing it. If we're gonna be doing it, great.
We're gonna be doing it, because obviously we're gonna need to verify whether or not they're Sioux tribe members and all that stuff.
Sounds good.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, good to know. Kim?
So with this, are we accommodating them to, is it Washington? Is that where they're flying out of?
What was your question?
There was a proposal that I had sent to you guys.
Let me see, I can pull that up.
Are you asking what airport they fly out of to get to DC? Is that the question?
There's a very specific process that they're following. March 18th.
Do you mind resending it to all of us?
Yeah,
Just
so
right at
we
the-
have a proposal, Michigan Native American Honor Flight proposal. Michigan's 3 Honor Flight hubs, Mid-Michigan Honor Flight, Talons, Out Honor Flight, and Upper Peninsula Honor Flight would like to collectively propose an all Native American veteran honor flight. The 75 honorees for this mission would be World War II, Korean War, Vietnam War veterans. Each honoree would have to have a guardian assigned to accompany them on the trip as their caretaker. The guardians assigned would be required to be newer area Native American veterans, which would bring the total number of veterans to 150. We were requesting that the 12 Michigan tribes participate by providing the veterans and the funding for this unique endeavor, allowing us and our communities to honor our Native American veterans with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So that would answer that question. We're the ones that provide the veterans and obviously the funding as well for our portion that are going out there. Veterans would be accepted based on tribal membership of a recognized Native American tribe or group from within the boundaries of the state of Michigan. The total cost of the flight would be approximately $260,000. This equates to approximately $1,700 per veteran. That price includes everything starting at a dinner on Monday evening, lodging, chartering a 177-passenger airplane, ground transportation, lodging in Washington, D.C., and all other expenses until we return home to Michigan on Thursday evening when they complete their welcome home and are then released on Friday morning. The tour of honor would include several hours at the Native American Smithsonian Museum. We would also include visits to the following: changing of the guard at Arlington Cemetery, Fort McHenry, the World War II Memorial, the Korean War Memorial, the Vietnam Wall, the U.S. Army Museum, the U.S. Navy Museum, the Air Force Memorial, the Marine Corps Memorial, and the Women in Service Memorial. We are requesting that each tribe donate $25,000 to fund this mission, which will provide our Native American veterans with the recognition, honor, and in many cases, the closure that they are so greatly deserving of. The cost breakdown, proposed itinerary, and additional details are attached to this proposal. We look forward to working with you and your tribal council to make this opportunity become a reality for our honored veterans. Thank you for your valuable time and consideration. So any questions based on all that?
Yeah, I think they have to be from Michigan, but I think maybe out of the service area from somewhere from lower Michigan for the last 2, I think would be nice to include Lower Michigan if we can do that. So that's my suggestion.
Okay, appreciate it. Anyone else? Okay, let's move on to, let's see.
I had my hand up, Austin.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rob, go ahead.
First, I'd like to agree with Director Lee. I think that if we have 2 spots open after that, we do out-of-service area members. The other thing is, do we know that if they will be providing the staff for assistance for our elders who might need help, like in wheelchairs or anything like that, or is that something that we have to accommodate?
Sounds like they have a caregiver from that letter assigned to them.
Okay.
Yeah, and I need to figure out the logistics, like, it sounds like, where's this flight taking place out of DC?
Austin, they're flying from Traverse City.
Oh, Traverse City, okay. So is it their responsibility to get to Traverse City?
I would assume that. It does say that they're chartering a 177-passenger Allegiant airline flight. They would have 4 bus captains, 8 assistant bus captains, 8 medical staff, 2 photographers, a social media, and 4 media personnel also on the flight with them.
So if we decided to send at-large members, we'd probably have to modify this to get them a flight to Traverse City and maybe lodging. So with that said, what do you guys want to do? Do you guys just want to pull them from at-large people?
Doesn't it say in here that they have to be from Michigan? I thought that's what I had heard.
Could be, is small
Yes, it
font,
does
and I
say
kind of
that.
struggled to read it,
Actually,
but.
most people down there would be closer to Traverse City than we are.
And for ground transportation, it says transportation will be coordinated with the originating tribes.
Yeah. So is it a requirement, Michigan, or is just Michigan tribe?
It just says, I'm only seeing Michigan tribe, I'm not
Okay.
seeing anything.
We can follow up, but I mean, at-large is just a broad term, so you could be anywhere from Detroit to Phoenix, Arizona. That's why I bring that up. So we might have to load it with a couple extra dollars to get them there.
It does reference there are over 2,500 Native American veterans. They do make.
So it might be Michigan, for all I know.
Actually request that each tribe designate a liaison person for the event that they can communicate and coordinate with. So I think you mentioned Kate.
So do you guys want me to follow up with them to figure out whether or not we can send someone from out of state? And if so, then we can give them those 2 seats. If not, we pull them from the remaining names that weren't drawn.
I think it should just be from Lower Michigan instead of all over. Yeah, because it states Michigan so many times in here.
It's fine with me. So you guys okay with Lower Michigan for the remaining 2? Yes. Okay, all right, sounds good. All right, so any more questions, comments there? And then Katie, you're online right now. Could you help us out with this project? And I can call you about this tomorrow. So we'd need a flyer about the details, who would be eligible, just all the details of the trip, how to apply, when the lottery would take place. I'm not even sure if we'd need a lottery, but maybe if, more people applied than we have seats. But would you be able to help out with that?
That sounds great, of course.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, so let's move on then. We kind of already covered cultural enhancement. Do we need to talk about that again, guys? Okay, so let's move on from that then. We will touch up on establishing reservations for community centers. And Larry, Kim, if you guys want to get us started.
Okay, so initially, I had asked Ryan to draft up a resolution. I intended to specify just Escanaba and Manistee. So I did have Josh, since we've been here, send an amended resolution over to Lana and Austin. And I'm hoping there'll just be no objection and we can it's changed to just Escanaba and Manistee. So the reasoning behind this is because we, in Escanaba, we have 95% of the people who are reserving there being tribal and 5% non. However, our tribal people aren't just reserving for birthday parties or baby showers or anything like that. They are reserving, we have our culture coordinator, we have 2 to 3 different elder groups that are planning cultural programming over there. Our YEA is using the center. So the 5% non-tribal is hindering because of the way the reservations are over there. And our tribal people have to have top preference. And at this point, with the with it being open, if they're not able to get that, I guess, community center reserved for the cultural activities that they're trying to have. And we did meet, Larry and I met with our Escanaba subcommittee elder, and they were the ones who actually brought this to us and asked if we would be able to get something taken care of. So we did communicate with Andrew Lane, who recommended to get a resolution done. That way, it is in a resolution, and it's easier to enforce, and it's easier for the people responsible for handling these reservations. It's easier for them to follow as well.
So I would agree with that. I attended that meeting as well. I think it was that meeting. But they're having trouble scheduling the meeting because sometimes there's conflicts in the schedule where non-tribal members are trying to utilize the building. I mean, at the end of the day, we spent millions of dollars on our community centers. We should have first priority. You know, like they mentioned in Escanaba, they don't even want non-tribal members to be able to use it. And I don't know if we're allowing them to because it generates revenue. Like, do we rent it to non-tribal members or do they use it free of charge, Holly?
Currently, we are, correct?
Let me take a look at that. I think we do some rentals, but let me double check.
Because I mean, like, an argument can be made, like, if it's not reserved, if it's just sitting there empty, to let a non-tribal member use it, if they're gonna pay for it, and if they're gonna treat it with respect and not trash it, but otherwise, what are we doing here?
I
It's
can
not like
tell
they ever
you-
opened up a community center for us.
I was gonna say, I can tell you, 3 weeks ago, during the coffee clutch over in Escanaba with the elders, the women over there were trying to plan a women's gathering to do a women's circle. And May 9th was the first time we could get in, 2 months.
Okay.
And
Well,
that
you
was
looked it
like
up.
just by a slip.
Yeah, well, you looked it up, I'll call him Bridget. Bridget?
So I just want to put it out there, whatever works in your community, I did contact those guys because our building is used by other people, and I wouldn't want to change that for a few reasons, like AA meetings are held there, which benefit our members, because we have well variety, but we also have AA, so that's just a benefit for everyone. And there's a couple other groups in 4-H and stuff, so it seems to be working in our area, and they know when they fill out the paperwork that if there's a tribal funeral or something that takes precedence, and when some of these groups meet, I've called them and said, hey, I want to hold a workshop, and they're like, fine, you can, they don't have a problem with it. So it's working well, so I didn't want to be under the same things, because I think that some of the programs that we have are benefiting our Sioux Tribe members too.
Okay, thanks, Bridget. Holly? You find an answer?
Yeah, I do not see where we're taking outside revenue.
So that's something to think about then. So it costs millions of dollars to maintain those buildings. We're probably cleaning them after people use them, even if they take good care of them. And why are we renting them out to non-tribal members if it's taken so long to get in there? So I'll be in support of this resolution.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, anyone else? All right, so let's move on to the last resolution on the agenda for tonight, which is authorizing the participation in the survey of Native Nations in MOU. So Tyler and Aaron put this on. When you guys want to get us started? Aaron, can you hear me?
Yeah, is Tyler's not on back yet?
I don't see him on there. Can you cover this for us?
I will. So you were with us, actually, you chaired the United Tribes when this was presented at United Tribes. And so it's primary data collection. I think it would be what's called an expedited approval. I don't think it requires an IRB process. Although I did, when the person who presented it at United Tribes followed up, I did forward it to Larry to look at in case it does require, some kind of protection. And the way that we've been doing that, because we don't have a formal IRB, or maybe we do, for the time when I was out of office, but I know that legal looks at it and Larry looks at it and then they enter an MOU. I know that we do that. But this would not, it would collect data, but it would not be able to be decoded. So like the people collecting the data will not know the names of the individuals. They're not collecting that. They're collecting some public health data that can then provide some overall advice on the needs of American Indians in Michigan. And with our approval, they could sort it by our results And again, you would have a person who responded that's a Sioux Tribe member, but they won't have the names of anybody or any addresses or anything like that. But we could get some valuable public health data that way. So it was really impressive the way that they explained it at United Tribes, and they were asking each tribe if they wanted to participate.
Thanks, Aaron. Any questions, comments? Okay, Kim?
I just wanted to say, obviously Tyler's not on here, but Tyler and I have learned and have, I guess, been part of through NIH TAC. So the National Institutes of Health Tribal Health Research Office is currently working on developing a tribal IRB because most tribes don't have IRB processes. So just, that's something we need to keep in mind moving forward. Obviously, it's not applicable to this, but moving forward, it may be.
So we have an IRB board. So when a proposal is made to the Sioux Tribe to conduct research with human participants, and if there's a low risk for harm, the process is that Larry Jocks approves it or denies it because he's on there, and we have a larger IRB board. I'm not sure who's on that body, but one currently does exist.
But, yeah, I was just going to say, just moving forward, there'll be an actual process we have to go through beyond us.
Okay, Aaron?
So that must have been approved when I was out of office, and that's good. It's a good thing because vesting. So the board must have voted to authorize that to Larry as the director of our planning. And so what it sounds like is the process is that he has the discretion to approve expedited review, which Kim knows what that is. It's not a threat to the individual respondents, and it also maintains the anonymity and confidentiality. And so those are usually able to be approved by one person. Like if it's at the university, one person's vested with that. But when they get the request, if it looks like there's a level of risk, then it would have to go to a full IRB. So it sounds like you guys approved that when I was out of office, and that's a good thing because we've needed that for a long time. We've had requests from doctoral students to want to help. Like at the Child Care Center once, they wanted to examine our education efficacy of our traditional language, and we couldn't get the board to approve it. So even though there was no risk to the participants, they were just assessing. They were not writing names down, or they weren't even interacting with the children. They were just doing curriculum assessment. But the board refused to approve that. That's about 10, 12 years ago. So it's good that we approved it. So this sounds like it's an expedited review, and but it would go through a formal process that the board previously approved. So thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right, so that concludes all the resolutions. So let's jump into new business for committee appointments / resignations. We have the following. John Peralt's trying to get on the Unit 3 Elder Subcommittee. It was vacated by Del Powers. He moved down to Grand Rapids. Bud Byron is resigning from the Elder Advisory Committee, and then Michael Larson is resigning from the Election Commission. Any questions, comments on either of those?
Bud Byron's resignation from the EAC, I should have caught that when he resigned from Unit 1, because to be on the EAC, you have to be a member of the area subcommittee. So this is just making that official so we can declare that vacant.
Yep, that's accurate.
Thank you. That's what my question was going to be.
Bridget?
Am I missing Michael Larson's resignation?
There should be an email in there.
I see an email, but I don't see it saying he resigns. I see Josh replying, "Is your resignation as chairman?" But I don't see him saying why he resigned. I just see that cutout. And then he puts, it's from the commission, but it doesn't say why.
He didn't tell us why, did he?
He also hasn't attended, I believe, the last several either,
If
maybe
the
more than that.
board wants to discuss the reason why Mr. Larson resigned, I would recommend doing that in closed session.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Aaron?
Yeah, just to say, I don't know why we're making a mountain out of a molehill. He is no longer, he's not on the committee right now, and he's not eligible to be on the advisory if he's not on the committee. So I would say we don't have to do anything because he's not eligible.
He wants to resign, let him resign.
He's not even talking
Oh, well, they want to resign, one person wants to get on, no one's beating on the door to get on these committees, guys. Does anyone want to talk about their board concerns right now? Okay, go ahead.
Lately, I've had a lot of members contact me that have to go to like either U of M or DeVos or something like this, and they can apply through ACFS for that $500 once a year that covers hotel, gas, whatever. And then we do have some people that can drive people, but what I'm running into is members that have serious medical issues that might have to stay in that area for a week, 2 weeks, whatever, that can't afford to do that. And so I was wondering if, and I know we've taken a lot of money from health, but I wondered if maybe we could set aside a chunk of money, talk with James about it and see if we could, under third-party revenue, maybe have some funding for things like that when families have to go and some of them have young children that they have to be at. Maybe we set up some sort of application process or whatever, but I'm just looking for some additional funding for these people for long-term stays.
So let's schedule a workshop with the Health Division to discuss this topic. Lana, if you could let James know, like, what the topic's gonna be, so he's not blindsided. He could also research the resources that are available. I know if you have certain types of insurance, you can already get financial assistance for that. So let's see what's out there. Okay, does anyone else want to talk about their board concerns right now?
Right, Austin, I'll clarify on that question, that issue that Bridget brought, that Meritain does not cover it. So I've learned that the hard way, not the travel or the lodging.
Yeah, sometimes Medicaid does, UPHP, so it just depends on what kind of insurance you have. There's different programs out there, so let's see what's out there and we'll have the conversation with them. I don't know, to be honest with you. So my daughter is deaf, so she had children's special health as insurance, and anytime we had an appointment at U of M, it would cover it. It would cover gas, it would cover hotels, and a lot of times we had to go to, the University of Michigan at Ann Arbor, and they were awesome, so we never had to utilize tribal resources or anything like that. And I bring that up because there are programs like that, so. Okay, anyone else? All right, so let's go on to recess, and we'll reconvene for the meeting at 5. It is 5 o'clock, so I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Let's start with roll call, please.
Kimberly Gravel. Here. Kimberly Hampton.
Here.
Lana Cosley Smith.
Here.
Bridget Sorensen.
Here.
Rob McGrory.
Here.
Sean Borowitz.
Here.
Larry Bartle.
Here.
Kimberly Lee.
Here.
Tyler LaPlante.
Here.
Aaron Paymont.
Here.
Michael McCurchy. Isaac McKechnie.
Here.
Austin Lowe's.
Here. Okay, guys, we have a quorum. On today's agenda, we have the following items. We have invocation, membership participation, minutes from 3/3 of 26, 3/10 of 26, and then we have the following resolutions. They are titled, Establish FY26 Hessel Community Center Budget, Establish FY26 NRD Utility Authority Contract Budget, Establish FY26 MyLeap Budgets, Governmental HR/Cultural Administration FY26 Budget Modifications. We have Wellness Program /Third Party FY26 Budget Mods. We have approving amended Cultural Committee bylaws. We have approving amended Education Community bylaws. We have approving MOU Sioux Area Public Schools. We have Wetland Program Development Grant Application. We have 2026 through 2029 Transportational Improvement Plan. We have Native American Honor Flight. We have hotel tax revenue to tribal land claims/culture. We have established reservations at tribal community centers, and we have authorization to participate in Native Nations Survey/MOU. Under new business, we have committee appointments/resignations and board concerns. Is there a motion to accept the agenda? Motion. All right, motion by Larry, supported by Alana. Any discussion on the proposed agenda? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to our first item, which is invocation with traditional medicine.
Do you want it standing or sitting this time?
I don't know. Yeah, she was stand
Yeah, I think you're right. Ooh, he's walking kind of gingerly.
There we go. Yous all can sit down, yous make me nervous. I feel like I'm going into a casino, just kidding.
Yeah, we just respect
I
you so
know, I
much,
know,
Gerard.
I know we mean spirit. How are you, my young friend? You can go around with it. All right. As we gather this time of the year, you'll hear the words Minokme, and you'll hear the words Ziegwan, and you'll hear the words Zizbok, and you'll hear Zizbok, Nibe, Nibo, and then you'll hear Anoptic, and then you'll hear Wigwas, and you'll hear Shkodek, and you'll hear Sin, Shkodek Sin. And then you'll hear Zizbok Niani Abin, Mabigan Nia Yashkinik, Mabigan Nundan, Mem Shagoyaik. You'll hear things like that talking about the love of sweetness. And you'll hear me talk quite often about the relationship between the birch tree and the maple. About when one was tired, it was appointed responsibility. This old man that I hang around with, he turned 100 on February 24th, a month ago. And we're talking about Sugarbush. And we got land. We always had land, but the other day he told his family that he secured money to build a healing lodge. on his land. And I think, wow, 100 years of work, 100 years of dedication, and 100 years of understanding not only the springtime, but the summertime and the fall time and the wintertime. And when you think about that, there was a big hockey tournament in Ontario last week. There's over 270 teams. And that old man, he went to hockey Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday from about 8 o'clock in the morning till about 9 at night. And he never napped. You know, I think about that because we're, I guess, in a little bit of a turbulence. We don't know whether Zolkpoya Meridok is going to leave. We don't know whether the snow spirit's going to leave. And sometimes we wish, but sometimes we get lonely because in June and July we'll be complaining about the mosquitoes and the horseflies. So when we get into the part of that, then we really understand the person standing beside us is one of the most important people there is around us, because we miss them when they're not there. And I know that this winter we've lost a lot of people here in this community. And a lot of our community is mourning, and a lot of our community is aching. But then we have a newborn come along and bring us that medicine of hope again, and that medicine of belief again, and that medicine of love again, and that medicine of respect again. And at this time of year, Zieg 1, Minokmi, kind of reminds us of the renewal time. This is probably the first time in a long time that I heard thunders pretty well all winter. And this is the first time in a long time that I felt thunders all winter. But you think about the water underneath those trees and the roots, how far they came. They endured the frost. They endured traveling through the universe, and they bring their medicines. And sometimes when we do that, we need to understand that the cycle, just like we understand the cycle of our births, our grandmas and our grandpas, our moms and dads and our brothers and sisters, in that tranquility of understanding that the one we're sitting beside or standing beside, they might not be here. I might not be here when I leave here. And it's really, in the world of hate, there's very little love left. And our community is small enough to love again. Outside the world, there's very little love there. But in the community, there's still lots of love here. Nizag Yayik, Mamjuguyanin, Gamin Gayik. Is the spirit long time ago they gave us love. And we have to come back to that love. We have to lead the pathway to that love. That old man, he reminded me of something last week when I was visiting him about you might be able to help a stranger, but is that stranger going to bury you? He said, it's your family and your community that's going to bury you. That stranger ain't going to help you. And that kind of ricocheted with me. That kind of echoed with me lots about what he was saying and the way that he was saying it. And my daughter, when I was having breakfast with her before I came back here on Sunday, she reminded me of something about laughter. And she said, you're able to deliver that in such a way for everybody. She said, I'm going to miss that. And when she said that, that kind of really, like, I really understood that she got it. When she said, I'm going to miss that. So I think that along the line of that is we don't hear that enough. That, you know, it's easy, you know, to say, I love you for what you are doing. But it's another part of it is to really understand what it is that we do. So I wanted to share that this afternoon. You're really lucky that I'm in pain. But those are the things again. It's like our story of our people and the story of our spirit. It's really loving and it's really kind. Zizbak nebe, zizbak na wabo, and zizbak kinige winige shkodega is that maple thyme or that maple syrup or whatever it is that we use for sweetness. Ma'am shugogamin goyaik is like that was given to us a long time ago. And as a friendly reminder to us, one of the greatest things that was ever given to us was spirit. That everything that we do comes from spirit. Everything that we do guides us from spirit. So, mage winigi nunda nigan sigiaik, pomega nigansen. Kinige winigi nunda giwiakek nigawin, nigan niwiane gaminido. It's the spirit that leads us on that road. And just a kind reminder to us is we're never to solve the unknown. We're just supposed to live the known. And you'll always hear me talk about AI. We've always had AI, and that's ancestry intelligence. And remember that, be kind. Nahan Boujou. Bajne we at the Goyam, Dokin, we Gag, we Ike. Mavian was to go on, Ishpiming, Kinnig, Winigi, Nundasago, Mavia Gimak, Mamian, but be Ike, Mamia Mawading. We get Winigi, Nundasago on and was to go on in Ishpiming. Mamian and his Shom Geeses, Mamia welcome Geeses, Mavia and Eastok, Mavia Nungustok. Kinnig, Winigi, Nundasago on and Nagin be Ike, Mamia and the Bish. Bigay winigin undasagon, mom again in Nodin, mom again beeps canodin, mom again winigin undasagoyanin, mom again winigi aik, mom again undasagoyanin, mom again in Nodin. Mom again gaji and me akiik, mom again is kiki aik, a winigin undasagoyanin, mom again we oxikaik. Kinagain winigin undan and on the wick. Mama winigin undas so mama again is Korea, mama again tap na go on the bit. Can again winigin undas so go on the way I am mama again is Sam Mog, or winigin undas so go yike. In undagi. When I on a man can't take it on we magiga nundanike. We manandage, mabenaneke, Nanim nigeya nani buene yamage ga nunha nige yoya maya ga Nishnaya ne Nishnaya ne ya ne mendito ke yam Demajiyane, Demajbunda, Newiga nega kega keto, Wimanega minito ne, Negeya mabanda, Nega minito ne, Mishkunda ne namnunda, Negane nani wegendo. Miigwech.
And Miigwech Chard, we really appreciate you. Okay, next up on the agenda is membership participation. So you as tribal citizens have the right to address the board of directors, and we reserve this time for you to do so. We give each member 5 minutes. If you have to go over that, someone can call you the next day. We don't have an exchange between the board and membership because a lot of times the answer takes some research by staff members, and sometimes elected officials don't give the best answers. So if you guys have anything that you want to talk to us about, raise your hand and.
Can she go first? She has her grandson, and he's having a meltdown.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to do this one in close.
Hey, so we're about to begin, but before we do, I want to clear up a little bit of rumors. So we are not building 12 data centers in the 7-county service area. We're not building 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, or that magic number, which is 12. So I realize that a lot of people are here for that, but I hate to kill the suspense, but it's really not happening. And I've been on this board since 2020, which is 6 years now. And I've heard a lot of different rumors in my time here, but this one absolutely takes the cake. We had an Enterprise Authority meeting earlier today, which everyone can watch because we stream those to YouTube. We had our EDC CEO there to answer any questions. So anytime that we vote on EDC-related matters, it's done in that setting, so he's not here to answer questions, but he was here to answer questions at that time. We are not building a single data center, period. So whoever told you that, I deeply apologize, sincerely. So let's jump into this. The first one that we'll hear from is Monica Cady. Monica, if you want to come up.
Is the mic on?
She's going to get it right now. She has her grandson here, and he's playing out in the hallway. How you doing, Monica?
Yes, sir.
Hey, it's good to see you, Monica. Yep, you can go ahead and sit there. Just make sure the microphone is on, and it will be on when it's turned green. And I got to limit you at 5 minutes, okay? All right, you can go ahead.
Thank you. My name's Monica Cady, Mackinac Band Ojibwe. I'm here just to bring up a couple quick things. I support a moratorium on the data centers, just like the one that Bay Mills recently passed January 14, 2026. I know we have the right of nature resolution, but I think it'd be great to make it stronger and do the same thing that Bay Mills did. Also, speaking on the right of nature, I would love to see on our new signage that it says no spray zone. Other reservations have that as well. So I'd like for us to assert right of nature and declare that our reservation's a no spray zone and include having that on our signage. So that's pretty much it. Just really quick, just wanted to just highlight, I guess, my background. My degrees in sustainable community development, environmental studies, and art. I'm 54, and I started canvassing for Greenpeace in 1992 in Ann Arbor. They trained me well. I haven't stopped. I'm on a perma-canvas. We used to have to go an hour before work and a whole hour work on a wrap, and then go door to door for 4 hours. So the data center, I've been following the issues with that for quite a while, and I know there's people trying to greenwash it, but at this time, it is an abomination, and it's not eco at all. I would basically turn this area into what I call a dystopian hellscape. It would take our water, and it's just not needed. I already deleted Chat GBT, and to me, AI art is tacky. And this is different. The internet's been around since the 90s. AI is completely different. And so at this point, we need to remain traditional and keep wild places wild, keep our wilderness wild. We do not need hideous data centers. I grew up in Flint, and my uncle, Jeff Hipkins, who is just enrolled, he's 74, he was poisoned by the Flint water, and I just don't want to Flint this area. I grew up in a very ugly, industrialized area, and I moved up here because it's so pristine. Let's not Flint the UP. Let's keep it pristine. And oh, one more thing. Yeah, I know we're worried about economic development. How about we open a dispensary in St. Ignace next to Midgem and have our own dispo, because everybody's going over the bridge to Loom to Mackinac City, and there's no dispos in St. Ignace or Cedarville or the whole area. So I think that would be a healthier way for economic development. Data centers, that's not the way to go. So I really hope we can adopt a ban on moratoriums, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Wonderful job. I appreciate it. Next up, let's hear from Marcia Katie, who's on Zoom. Marcia?
My mom, she said she thought she had to connect at 1 o'clock.
No, she's on there. Marcia, we can't hear you. You're unmuted, but we can't hear you. We can't hear you, Marcia. How about this? We'll move along in the speakers list, and I'll circle back with you, but we can't hear you right now, okay?
I'll connect with her, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next up, David Lockhart.
Bonjour, Ani. Gakenwe Begepo Indigenous Cast, Minawa Magizian Dorum, Boating Nojiba, Boating in the Da, Boating on the Schnabik, Get the Ganzibi, and the hello, my name is David Lockhart. I am Eagle Clan. I'm from the Sioux. I've lived here my whole life. Sioux Tribe citizen, Garden River descendant. I offer my gratitude to you all today for allowing me to address the leadership. I appreciate that. I'm the fourth great grandson of Shingwak, Little Chief Pine. My family traveled from the Great Salt Waters along the lower Great Lakes, settling near present-day Kent County, Ontario, and Detroit area before heading to set up camp in what became Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. Eventually, I crossed over to Sugar Island, where my grandmother, Frances Roy, was born in Betawasi in 1906. I was raised by a single mother, Jean Perry, affectionately known as Aunt Sis, who, like many of my relatives, was a survivor of the Holy Childhood boarding school in Harbor Springs, which she attended in the 1950s. My family's lived in this area for many generations, and today I'm here to be their voice. It has taken some time for me to come back to our ways, but I'm here now, and I'd like to offer a story that was shared with me to the board, if I may, as it pertains to the challenging times we find ourselves in. Our creation story is well known. First came a key, Mother Earth. Water is her lifeblood, on the surface and below the surface, flowing in all sacred directions. Next came the swimmers, plants, insects, and four-leggeds. Finally came the first man. The first people didn't pay attention to the original instructions, and there was a great flood that destroyed much of creation. Thankfully, there were a few survivors to hold on, that were holding on to a log. Muskrat, one of our relatives, gave his life to start the world on Turtle's Back. One of the other survivors was Wanabuju. He was tasked with finding his father, finding out information about his purpose and where he came from and how to live and be on this new land. As he was searching for his father, he had many encounters along the way, giving him instructions on how to be. One such encounter put him face to face with a strange being, shrouded in darkness and red eyes. He felt terror as the people spoke. As the being spoke, excuse me. I'm Bugwejini, known by many names, Wild Man or Sabe. The Creator has sent me to guide those who become lost. He watches over the forests, hills, swamps, guides those seeking meditation and prayer out on the land. I will answer some of your questions, said Bugwejini, he told Wanabuju. One of the questions you were wondering is that you must always treat natural creation with respect. You must honor those places with tobacco and good thoughts. These natural works should never be changed, diverted, or disturbed, excuse me. They are to remain in their natural way, just as I, said the figure. He went on to talk about the importance of the elements necessary for life. He said, accept these ways of knowing, accept these ways I have given to you, for they are as real as your shadow. So I just wanted to share that story with you all today because it gives me power when I have to make important decisions that affect our relatives, human and non-human. It's something that should guide all Anishinaabe as the original stewards of the lands, waters, and skies. As such, in order to protect my relatives, I'm asking the board to consider a moratorium on any data center projects that will result in the displacement or agitation of our non-human sisters and brothers. Miigwech for your time.
Appreciate you being here, David. Thank you so much. Next up, Sarah Archer.
Ani buju, ogima magizi akwe nadishnakas, nopaming nandunjaba, bawating nandunjaba, makwadoram. I wasn't sure if I wanted to address the board this evening, but I think it's important in light of everything that's been discussed over the last week. There's so much conflict, so many different issues. We go a lot to our seven grandfathers, our teachings, right? And I have a wonderful, wonderful auntie that is very, very knowledgeable, and she shared those teachings with me one time. She's got this amazing ability of memorization, right? So her way of doing it was, she asked me to get her the Mishomis book, and so I did. And she and I studied it together, and then she would quiz me on it. So honesty, humility, bravery, wisdom, love, respect, truth, to know all these things. So we talk about the seven grandfathers, and we talk about how we live them, and we talk about how we walk with them, right? I'm before you this evening because I want to present this Magizi Miigwan, Debweawin, truth. We use these, right, when we speak because it's supposed to give us the courage and the bravery to be able to say the things that we need to say from our heart. Pure intent. Creation, right? Creation knows intent, so it doesn't matter what comes out of our mouth. We got to back those words, right? So I'm before you this evening because I would like to present this to you. Long time ago, we used to have a talking feather at this table, and we used to have Mishomis, the seven grandfathers that were represented there in the circle. And I was discussing this last week with one of my Nijikways, and we were pretty sure that maybe the YEA had presented those to the board. But they're gone now. You know, we don't see those things here anymore, and I wonder if that's part of the issue that we're having with all this conflict, right? So I wanted to present this to you. This is part of a Magizi that I was gifted a long time ago when I had no direction in my life and I had no idea what I was supposed to do. And I used to get so upset because everybody around me would receive these gifts, my people in my family and such. And I was like, man, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Why haven't I ever received a feather? But I know we're not supposed to ask for those things, right? They're supposed to come to us when they're meant to be. So when it came to me, it didn't come to me as just one feather. It came to me as an entire eagle. And my uncle, who is not here anymore, helped me take care of that. And I didn't know where I was, and I didn't know what I was doing, but he sat there with me and he took care of this with me. And so this is part of that I would like to share with all of you, because we don't have one. And I think that maybe if we're sitting up here and we have to address things that might be a little bit difficult. I know when I hold this, I didn't, you know, I kept the quill natural because I think that just helps with our connection. But I just wanted to gift this to you all, that if you're sitting before us and sometimes you might have a hard time saying what you feel or what you think, this will give you a little bit of that courage. Okay, miigwech.
It's very generous of you,
Yep.
Sarah.
Yep.
Very generous. So I will keep this up here with me right now. If any board members want to hold it when they speak, if they were talking about something difficult that they want a little bit of a strength from that, just let me know and we'll pass it on, okay? Okay, next up, Lori Jump, could you join us?
Who wants to follow after that, right? So I'm here to echo some of the things that you've heard all week long. We've seen it on social media. We've seen it everywhere. And I think it's pretty clear where the membership stands in terms of data centers. I was able to watch part of the meeting today. I didn't get to catch the whole thing. So I understand that there was, the only thing in the strategic plan was research, trying to find out more information. And to me, why waste our time if we don't support it? Sure, be knowledgeable about what's coming. We're not going to ever get away from this, right? Data centers are coming. And I think we need to be prepared for that. But I also think that we can say we're not having them on our lands. And so I would support a moratorium on data centers as well. And I think Rob maybe had posted something on one of the sites, that he wouldn't be in support of saying never, right? But here's the thing. We rescind resolutions all the time. We do it on a regular basis. Right? And so putting something in to protect us at this point of time until we know that they're safe, until we know that things have been cleaned up, I think would be a good idea. So that's it on the moratorium. Transparency and leaking of information. I think that, this has been an issue for a long time. I worked for the tribe for 27 years. I've been a member since, we formed. Leaking of information happens all the time. I've had many board members tell me things off the record, right? It happens. The way to stop that is transparency. We don't know what you guys are doing. We don't ever get to see the backside of a resolution. When you adopt a plan, we don't know what that has in it. Right? And we could stop a lot of the chaos in our communities with transparency. I just really wish that we could get it straight. Figure out a way to communicate. Nobody likes to do it on social media, but we're not doing it anywhere else in a very, very good manner. So that's my plea for more transparency from this board. Strategic plans. I guess, when are they made publicly available? I know that, there was one that was voted on today. And then somebody on Facebook had gone back onto the website and found one from 2021. And so how do we know as tribal citizens what we're working on or towards? So I guess how do we get those? They also found, I think, one of our strategic plans from a couple of years ago for the entire tribe. And so I just think that getting those out to the public in a more comprehensive manner, whatever that is, whether it's the housing plan, right? I was really excited to hear about that 20-unit apartment building going in, because we need housing so bad for people that are single. That's off my list, sorry. Anyway, so yeah, I would really appreciate access to some of our strategic plans, whether you put them on the website, whether you put them in the newspaper, somehow where tribal citizens can access them, so we're not so far in the dark. And I think we could stop a lot of the chaos. It would benefit everybody, including all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori, appreciate it. Marcia Katie, we're going to try back with you right now. Can you hear us? We're still not hearing you if you're trying to speak. We can see that you're unmuted, but we can't hear anything. All right. Becky Miller, come on up.
Amen. Pishe Kwe Indigenous Cause, Bawading and Donjaba, Migizi Dodum, along with Mukwa Dodum. Many of you know, I am the granddaughter of Bill Perry. And I will always say that to you every single time I'm up here. My grandpa fought for our tribe. He fought the DNR. He fought for our waters. I'm here to ask you today, what are our plans for our trust lands? I'm not here in opposition, but as a responsibility for my family, my ancestors, all of your ancestors, and generations to come. I speak from a place of water, or I speak from a place of a water carrier. Give me one sec, because I want this McGeezy in my hand, because I'm shaking. I speak from a place of a water carrier with respect and care for our natural resources and our future. Because after all, we as a tribe finally got our rights back in 1974, 10 years before I was born. I'm 42 years old and very proud of it. I am a Nokomis, and now I need to think about my future generations. It's hard to think about how many of our people have been raped, murdered, and put into boarding schools over our lands. My understanding of this responsibility is personal. Again, my grandfather, Bill Perry, stood to protect the waters of Lake Superior when Canada was dumping waste into our waters. And it still continues to do so. He fought the DNR for our fishing rights when they tried to say our tribal members were fishing for too much. Like many before him, he worked to ensure for our future generations could continue to live a relationship with the land and the water. And I carry that responsibility with me today, and I won't stop. I would like to please begin to ask for clarification on logging activity taking place out in Hessel, approximately a half mile behind the casino. I was out there about 2 weeks ago, and this land is being clear cut. Not saved for our people, clear cut. It has been shaving down into wood chips. Instead of being processed into wood chips, why are we not using that to heat? Why are we not using that for heat for our community members? Many members come to ACFS every single year and ask for help with wood. I was one of those people at a time. The second reason I am here today is to speak about potential AI centers. I know you're telling me that it's not going to happen, but the 7 grandfather teachings, which you've already heard several times tonight, love, respect, bravery, humility, honesty, wisdom, truth. These teachings remind us the responsibility to care for our Mother Earth and all living things to live in a good way. Recently, both I and another community member shared our concerns about the impact of AI data centers on our land and our water, especially their demand for water and energy. We spoke with respect, intention of protecting our sacred lands. However, those concerns were not received the same way. I believe that protecting our land starts with being proactive, not reactive. Protecting our natural resources is not negotiable. Even when some kind of eco-friendly way data centers come in, our wildlife won't even go by those. And you can see that from the Bitcoin mine that's by Mackinac Trail. Because of this, I feel compelled to speak. I believe we all share the same goal, which is to protect our people, our land, our future. Our neighbors, Bay Mills, have just passed a moratorium to protect their lands from AI data centers, and I believe, like many others, that we should do the same thing. Protecting Aki and Nibi is our job as Anishinaabe people. We must say, our land is not for sale. Trust and openness is essential. Our people look to you for guidance, transparency, and respect. When community members speak, it is with care for our shared future, my grandbaby's future. Those voices deserve to be heard without fear. I respectfully ask that the board place a moratorium on any development that may impact our land and water that has been fully looked into and a community input with careful consideration of long-term effects. In closing, I ask the board for direct answers of the following questions. Are our woods in Unit 2 being prepped for data centers? Are you planning on using golf courses for data centers? Are you still trying to sublet the Lansing unit in trust? And if not, is that area being prepped for data centers as well? We must fully understand what these developments mean, especially the potential impacts on our water, our land, and our 7 generations that will follow. Nibi Banana, I can't even say it. Water's life. Miigwech.
Yeah, I appreciate it. So just as a reminder, I have to limit you guys to 5 minutes. So Becky, I'm going to call you tomorrow because I hunted behind the Sault Casino this past fall, and I was back there as late as I could. I actually have a blind still back there because I went out west and I came back and we had about a foot of snow. I haven't seen anything like that, but I'm going to follow up with you on it, okay?
Yep.
Next up, Chloe Cannon.
Anim Buju, Ozawa Wasamui Kwe, Nadishnikas, Magizian Dodem Nindao. My name is Dr. Chloe Cannon. I'm a researcher, an activist, an educator, an organizer, and a water protector. I'm here today to speak regarding my strident opposition to both building data centers on tribal land and exploring the possibility of doing so. As many of you know, I have spent the past year deeply involved in the ongoing fight against building AI and crypto data centers across northern Michigan in townships and counties one by one. Time and time again, we have seen billionaire money take advantage of rural communities through backroom deals, contract manipulation, or outright criminal behavior. In Dafter, we saw a Bitcoin mining facility built through a backroom and arguably fraudulent deal that has severely hurt the ability of Lake Superior Academy to carry out its educational mission. In other rural communities across the country, we have seen data centers ruin our way of life, drain millions of gallons of water a day, decimate property values, make energy even more unaffordable, contaminate communities with unbearable noise and air pollution, and destroy entire ecosystems. During a time when the cost of living is already unaffordable, we must not consider an enterprise that will raise our energy bills. During a time when our climate and our water face existential threats, we cannot stand to go into business with mega polluters. During a time when big tech is harming our children through their addictive and inhumane machines, we must not join hands with them. Private equity and big tech does not care about our Anishinaabe ways, and they will use every tool at their disposal to manipulate and take advantage of us. This is killers of the flower moon in the 21st century. I've had good faith discussions with several of you who say you just want to explore the possibility of building data centers and that it should be us over someone else, and that if data centers are coming, we should profit from them and regulate them ourselves. I respectfully disagree. The best way to prevent data centers from destroying our way of life is to never let them into the door. These enterprises have billions of dollars at their disposal. They will use it to cheat, to lie, to steal, to renege on their promises, and then bury us in costly litigation. We waive our sovereign immunity and are trapped in NDAs that leave NIBI, a key, and our non-human relatives helpless. Our history shows how the railroad and the oil tycoons treated tribal nation. We can't let history repeat itself with big tech. I want to close by observing that I find it unfortunate that some of you have made this issue about me. The members' concerns over data centers is legitimate and authentic. I believe we should be celebrating the amount of members who have gotten involved in our tribal democracy and who use their voice to protect a key and NIBI. It's not a bad thing when members reach out to their representatives to discuss important issues. Hearing from them is your job. And strategic planning for a sovereign nation never should be done behind closed doors. Our members are brilliant, thoughtful, and caring, and your strategic planning process would benefit tremendously from hearing from them on the front end. Big business might build their strategic plan behind closed doors, but governments and other public institutions do not. That is because the process is best done when in the sunlight. Regardless of how you view the actions I've taken to publicize this matter, I commend you all for listening to your constituents and for removing the data center proposal from the EDC strategic plan. And I call on you now to follow the lead of Seminole Nation and the Bay Mills Indian community, and to please pass a moratorium against data center development on tribal land. Miigwech.
Okay, so the next 4 membership participation forms are going to be closed, so I'm going to have to ask you guys to leave. But just to provide you guys some reassurance, there's nothing on the agenda that has anything to do with data centers. So you guys can stay if you want to, but if you guys just want to talk to us regarding that topic, you guys can peace out. That's fine with us either way. Becky, they're not putting a data center behind the Hessel Casino, though. They're not clear cutting either, to my knowledge. So we'll talk more. So right now, let's go and close, though, please. We are on our last membership concern with Mr. Dean Heislop. Go ahead, Dean.
Yeah, I just would like to address you guys there that since 1983, I've been a commercial fisherman for our tribe. And just lately, you guys okayed, our Conservation Committee brought in front of you guys about the lottery for the fishing licenses in Marquette. I paid $15,000 for my license. If you guys are going to okay a lottery, I would like to have my money back before our trust funds for our tribal fisheries goes broke, and there ain't none. I would like my $15,000 back for my license, and I will advocate and go around to all the other fishermen that bought their licenses, find out the date they bought them, the price they bought them, and I would like for you people to make a resolution to pay us all back, and then start a real fishery in our business. One like the rest of the tribes, open fisheries. Anybody that would like to fish should be able to fish. That's my opinion, but it's not my opinion on the money. On the money, I don't feel it's right that we sell our right to fish. I know in the past, you people have worded it, that you buy the equipment and the license comes with it. Yous all know it's not so. And if I have to prove it, I'll prove it. I bought my license for $15,000 with not even a net, not even a cork, not even a lead, not nothing. The license. And before you go and issue a lottery to these people that you're already okay through the conservation and you guys, I would like to see all of us refunded our money. Also, I just want to speak up for all of us. You know, you people represent us at the board level for certain circumstances. At the fishery level, we just lost. And I told everyone we were going to lose before it even happened. We look bad in the fishing department because of everything going back and forth. You people just okayed for our licenses to go up to $250. I came to meetings for 20 years to get that license dropped down with a lot of other fishermen to $50. You guys just raised it back up to $250 because of a couple certain fishermen wanted it to happen because they thought it'd be a good idea, because if we paid bigger money, that the people that are holding these licenses won't pay it no more. It used to be $300, and people still held them. So $250 ain't even to the $300. When I first started fishing, it was $300 for a captain, $100 for helpers. And that's why we fought for it to get lower down, especially for us helpers. We couldn't, when it come January to renew, $100 was a lot of money. And $250 this day and age is a lot of money. It ain't much money for a big boater, but it's a lot of money for a small boater. And I'm speaking for us small boaters. I don't speak for no big boaters. Small boaters only. And another thing is, another rule you just made up that shouldn't ever went into effect in my eyes. You made our licenses with no size limit to our boat. Our fisheries ain't capable if we all buy tugs. We cannot substantially have a fisheries with everybody buying tugs and going to big boats. We need all this stuff to be done, and then we need no bigger than a 32-foot vessel on the Great Lakes. And I say put everybody to it. No more tugs, period. And we would have awesome fisheries. When I first started fishing, there was 60 different aunts, uncles, everybody's related in our tribe, blood brothers. There was 60 of us. Nowadays, I think there's about 6 that I see daily. There's supposed to be, 30 of us or something, but there isn't. Active fishermen, there's a half a dozen, and that's it. So that's what I'm here to present and talk to you people about. You guys are our leaders, and hopefully my Unit 2 leaders will jump on it, and the rest of you get something worked out for us fishermen. Because first of all, what brought us into this tribe is the fisheries and nothing else.
Appreciate it, Dean. Thank you. So that concludes all the membership participation for this evening. So that drops us down to minutes. Any objection to handling both minutes together? Hearing no objection, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the minutes from 3/3 of 26 and 3/10 of 26. Motion by Isaac, support by Lana. Any discussion on those minutes? Hearing none, all those in support signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us down to resolutions. The first one's titled, Establish FY26 Hessel Community Center Budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 budget for Hessel Community Center building with other revenue of $162,153.06 and the use of fund balance of $105,003.03.
Okay, appreciate that. Is there a motion? Motion by Larry, seconded by Lana. Andrew?
Hello, Andrew with Facilities Management. So I am requesting to establish the operational budget for the new, well, soon-to-be newly finished Hessel Community Center. And this budget will cover all operational expenditures related to said building.
Thank you, Andrew. Board discussion, start with Lana.
Well, Andrew, I went, earlier today when we talked about this, when we went through budget reviews and workshopped it, I had asked the question that, first I want to thank you for everything you guys did. But the second thing is that I asked if it was comparable to the other community centers that we built. And you made a couple of good comments there, even to the tune that the process is much better and the communication has really opened since the first time. So could you repeat that?
Yeah, yes,
Because that's a very good thing, and it doesn't hurt to hear very good things,
yes.
especially in Unit 2.
So the community center is on par with the other community centers, and especially this one, the interactions between the various departments that came together to put forth the need for the building and to identify the services that could be provided out of this building. It did have a lot of communication, and it did. It was a lot easier to construct this one.
Okay, anyone else? Isaac?
Andrew, a while back, you give us a full budget of all the fitness centers, what it costs, community centers. Could you update that now?
As in, like, how much it takes to operate all of them?
Yes, please.
Yes, I can.
Anyone else? Okay, roll call, please.
Tyler?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Lana?
Yes.
Isaac?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee? Rob?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good night. Next resolution is establish FY26 NRD Utility Authority Contract Budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of an FY 2026 budget for utility authority contract with other revenue monies of $56,418.72, no effect on tribal support.
Motion by Isaac, supported by Lana. Danny?
Hi, everyone. Danny Fagan, Director for the Natural Resources Division. So this budget would support 0.5 FTE of our environmental health scientist that's charged with leading drinking water sampling, testing, and meter readings for the Sioux Tribe Housing Authority sites that utilize well water systems. These include Hessel, Manistee, and Wetmore.
Much appreciated. Any questions for Danny? Isaac?
Hey, just off topic, hey, when was the date you're going to move in a new facility?
Currently, the office building is scheduled to be completed at the end of April, and then the motor pool renovation is scheduled to be completed at the end of May, and that was the update as of last Thursday.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate that. That's very exciting. Anyone else? Okay, then roll call, please.
Lana?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Isaac?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Tyler?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next resolution is establish FY26 MyLeap budgets.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of 9 FY 2026 budgets for MyLeap with State of Michigan revenue monies for a total of $705,355, no effect on tribal support. Below are the total budgets per site. Out-of-school time, Sault Ste. Marie, 87,420. Out-of-school time, Rudyard, 49,825. Out-of-school time, Hessel, 87,420. Out-of-school time, St. Ignace, 62,950. Out-of-school time, Manistee, 74,920. Out-of-school time, Escanaba, 62,220. Out-of-school time, Munising, 74,920. Out-of-school time, Marquette, 14,400. Out-of-school time, Lake Superior Academy, 191,280.
Motion by Isaac.
Support.
Support by Larry. Stephanie?
Hi, everybody. Stephanie Sprecher, Education Director, and I have alongside me Lisa Burnside, our YEA Program Manager. As Director Hampton read, we are respectfully requesting the establishment of 9 separate FY 2026 budgets for the recently awarded MyLeap out-of-school time grant. The budget, each budget equals the amount awarded by MyLeap and as determined by MyLeap for each YEA site as well as Lake Superior Academy. The total of the grant award is $705,355, and as you see in the resolution, it's dispersed amongst each site, and this supports our after-school programming as well as summer programming at each site.
Thank you, Stephanie. Any questions or comments from the board on this? Kim?
I just wanted to question why Marquette is so low in comparison.
Yeah, so the reason for that is right now, we've just started getting into Marquette. We actually, in the operating budget for this year, have approved 2 positions to get into Marquette, but currently, right now, Cindy and Munising has been going between the 2. So for this grant specifically, due to the fiscal pattern, we were able to do a summer, so that's just for summer for Marquette, with the hopes that if this is a renewal grant, we're gonna write that in for after school into Marquette into the next year.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anybody else? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Larry?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Tyler?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Isaac?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Lana?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. Appreciate it. Next resolution is Government HR/Cultural Admin FY 26 Budget Mods.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 budget modification to governmental human resources for a decrease in tribal support of $66,550.26 and other revenue $52,289.48. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 budget modification to cultural administration for an increase in the transfer in of funds from third-party revenue of $81,392.63. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 budget modification to third-party revenue to increase the transfer out of funds to cultural administration by $81,392.63.
Motion.
Motion by Isaac, support by Larry. Jess? Or not Jess, sorry, Ashley. Sorry, it's been a long day. Ashley and Cody. I know you guys' names.
Ashley has graciously elected me to speak for us, so I hope she doesn't regret it. This budget is kind of a transfer for the position of the cultural training specialist from governmental HR back to the cultural department. It's my understanding that the cultural training specialist position originated in the cultural department and drifted to HR many, many years ago. So this position, obviously with the siloed HRs now with government, Kuwait, enterprise, and health, the cultural training specialist being located directly in the governmental HR section really limits her ability to reach tribal staff as a whole. So having this position come back to the tribal department, we will be able to reach any and all employees in government, Kuwait, health, and enterprises. And I really think that would be a huge benefit to our tribe.
Okay, much appreciated, Cody. Good job. Any questions or comments on this resolution? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Bridget?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Tyler?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Lana?
Yes.
Isaac?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Have a nice night. The next resolution is wellness program / third-party FY26 budget mods.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 budget modification to wellness program for an increase in the transfer in of funds from third-party revenue of $8,235.36. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 budget modification to third-party revenue to increase the transfer out of funds to wellness program by $8,235.36.
Motion.
Motion by Isaac, which is supported by Larry. Carrie?
Hello, good evening. Carrie Rogers. I'm the clinic manager of the Sioux Tribe Health Center. I just respectfully ask for the Board of Directors to approve a part-time fitness center weight room monitor. We currently have a part-time employee working 6 days a week. Adding the new position will allow him to back down to his part-time status and allow for other staff members to take vacation and have sick leave. The increase in the 2026 fitness center budget it's like we're taking it out of third party, but really we're already working those hours. So technically it should be a wash because basically our current part-time person that's almost working full-time will go back down to part-time hours and then add this new part-time person, so.
Okay, I appreciate it. Do you feel like a part-time position is enough? Should we do full-time?
I did, when I did, looking at how many hours we were open and then the staffing associated with it, the part-time person should be plenty for us in
Okay,
the Sioux.
awesome. If things change and you need a full-time person, just come back, okay?
Will do, thank you.
Okay, any questions, comments? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution is approving amended cultural committee bylaws.
Now therefore be resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Board of Directors hereby approves the attached amended cultural committee bylaws. Motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and support. Motion made by Kim, supported by Larry. We have the Bouchers here. Tyler and Laura, how you guys doing?
Good.
All right, take it away.
So we just bringing the bylaws in front of you guys to hopefully get them approved. We brought them to Josh and legal to have our legal review as per you guys' request. So we're hoping to get them passed so we can start moving forward.
Awesome. Any questions? All right, hearing none, we'll vote then. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, those abstaining, motion carries. Good to see you again, Tyler. Have a good night.
you.
All right, the next resolution is approving amended education committee bylaws.
Now therefore be resolved that the Higher Education Committee shall hereafter be referred to as the Education Committee. Be it further resolved that all policies, procedures, and codes shall be updated to reflect the new name of the Education Committee. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby adopts the amended Education Committee bylaws as shown in the attached pages. Be it further resolved that the above changes shall be effective immediately.
Motion.
Motion by Isaac, support by Larry. Steph?
Hi, everybody. This resolution is being presented to rename the current Higher Education Committee title as read to the Education Committee, as well as changing its scope and amending its bylaws. The proposed title change reflects the newly formed committee's dedication to serving in an advisory capacity to all of our education division programs, including but not limited to higher education. The original bylaws, it focused specifically on higher education, and so the committee is proposing to change that to include all of our 5 different education programs. Not early childhood on paper in the bylaws, they will still be included, but they do have board advisory and policy council. They are also being amended, the bylaws, to reflect the proposed scope change and address other required items, including the Tribal Code Chapter 96 Open Meetings Ordinance and Resolution 2024-225, which is allowing our at-large members to participate. And we may have Kurt Babcock, who's our committee chair, online right now as well, and he is our at-large member.
Awesome. Board discussion, start with Aaron.
I just want to say that I'm glad we're doing this. I just got on the committee, and the committee had already drafted up all of this really before I went to my first meeting, although I did vote on it. But I want to say that I think Kathy Abramson would be really excited that we've expanded it from higher ed to the whole education department. Those who don't know, Kathy was a pioneer in Indian education, and her influence is why we created YEA. Before that, we didn't have YEA tutors, or we didn't have workers, but Kathy pushed it because we had an old drug-a-limb program, and then when that program was no longer funded, Kathy came to the board with a proposal and got YEA established, but she would be really proud that we are including all of education now.
Absolutely, and we see Kurt online right now. He's obviously the chair of this committee, and he's doing so from Muskegon, correct? Yeah, well, thank you for your service.
Yes.
We appreciate you.
Thanks.
Okay. Any further discussion, guys? Okay, hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Those abstaining, motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution is approving MOU Sioux Area Public Schools.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the MOU between the tribe and Sioux Area Public Schools to provide a 2026 summer program. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the tribal chairman or his designee to execute the MOU with Sioux Area Public Schools.
Motion.
Motion from Isaac and support by Larry. Steph?
This agreement is being presented as read to execute an MOU with Sioux Area Public Schools to facilitate a summer program for our Unit 1 students. We're very, very excited about this partnership and the opportunity to provide a much-needed program for our Unit 1 students to prevent academic regression through the summer months. The summer program will be available to students in grades 2nd through 5th and will operate Monday through Thursday, half days throughout the morning. It will operate for 6 weeks beginning on June 8th through July. In the MOU, you will see what resources Sioux Schools is providing, as well as YEA, which is our partnering department for this grant. We are requesting no additional dollars, and it is made possible due to the recent My Leap Out of School Time grant that YEA received. We are excited because I feel this is a trailblazer for the partnerships we should be developing across our entire service area. And with our new Assistant Education Director on board, we've been able to really start getting into those schools. So we hope that this is one of many going forward in providing more educational opportunities for our students. There's such a need for this in our community. You will see additional, you know what, let me go over just a couple things that we will be providing and sharing. We thought we should let our members know. So Sioux Schools is providing the location, which is our current Malcolm, our former Sioux Township Elementary. It has a great outdoor space in the back. The goal is to keep outdoor learning, our culture at the forefront, and we're excited to have that space in the back. They have a greenhouse, they have trails. We also, we are so thankful for this partnership. Sioux Schools is providing teachers in every classroom, as well as special needs and special education teaching staff, which is very, very much needed. So we're really excited about that. And then they are offering, they are providing a breakfast and lunch program. We are providing our support, our staff, our YEA staff, as that is how we will be operating our core programming through Unit 1 this summer, as well as the program supplies. And then most exciting is that Sioux Tribe is going to be in charge of developing all of the curriculum, keeping culture, our history, our teachings at the forefront, the field trips, the activities. So our Unit 1 coordinator, Melissa Cosley, has taken the lead, and they've allowed her to take that lead with no additional assistance in that planning. So this is really exciting, and we hope to come forward with more in the future.
Awesome. Appreciate all the hard work on this. Any questions or comments for Stephanie? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next resolution is Wetland Program Development Grant Application.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the Natural Resources Division to apply for up to $360,000 in U.S. Environmental Protection Agency funding. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the chairman of the tribe or their designee to execute all documents, contracts, and subcontracts as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Motion.
Motion by Isaac, supported by Larry. Danny?
Sure. So we would like to apply to the EPA Region 5 Wetland Program Development Grant opportunity to launch a formal tribal wetlands program. Under Track 1, we would request up to $360,000 over 3 years to support staff and the resources necessary to do this work. We would hope to build tools that would support both wetland stewardship as well as working among various internal entities within the tribe. Some of the resulting products would include a wetlands inventory or GIS framework, including mapping, baseline conditioning and assessment approach methods, as well as internal wetlands review procedures that could be shared across the tribe.
Appreciate it. Any questions or comments for Danny? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye. Those opposed, those abstaining, motion carries.
Thank you.
Have a nice night. The next resolution is 2026 through 2029 Transportation Improvement Plan.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors supports and adopts the 2026 through 2029 Transportation Improvement Plan for the projects listed in the attached TIP documents that were developed between us and the BIA for tribal shares funding.
Motion.
Motion by Isaac, support by Kim Gravel. Wendy?
Good evening, Wendy Hoffman with the Transportation Department. So this is our four-year strategic plan, short-term strategic plan, our Transportation Improvement Plan. These are the list of all of the projects that we've identified that we would like to expend funds, Bureau of Indian Affairs funds on. So this is a required through the Bureau of Indian Affairs if we choose to spend any Bureau funds on any of these projects. So it is a requirement. This is the annual process.
I appreciate it. Any questions or comments for Wendy? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Lana.
Is he getting you? Yes.
Yeah, he's getting her water.
Sorry. Bridget.
Yes.
Rob. Thank you.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Up here to pitch it, hey?
Second.
Tyler.
Continue.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Michael.
Take a drink of water before I
Get
answer.
some water. Did she finish? Oh, yep, we're good.
Motion carries. Thank you, Lana.
Thank you.
Mine was a yes vote.
Yep.
All right, next resolution is Native American Honor Flight.
Now therefore be resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Board of Directors hereby donates $25,000 to the Native American Honor Flight to be divided into 5,000 increments between each unit's cultural enhancement dollars. Be it further resolved, each unit will have at least 2 members selected to attend the Native American Honor Flight with a selection process to be determined at a later date by the Board of Directors. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the chairman or his designee to negotiate and execute any agreements necessary with the Native American Honor Flight to carry out the intent of this resolution.
Motion by Larry, support by Isaac. So this is something that's being sponsored by the board, so I can talk about it real briefly. So there's an organization called Michigan Honor Flight, and what they do is they fly Native American veterans out to Washington, D.C. to visit different memorials, the World War II Memorial, the Korean War Memorial, to witness the changing of the guard at Arlington National Cemetery, things like that, just to honor them for their service. So what it will cost is $25,000 from the tribe, and our proposal is that each unit's cultural enhancement fund pitches in $5,000, and then we'll have a lottery that will be administered by our elder division. So we can send, I believe, 12 people. So what we want to do is send 2 people from each unit, as long as we have qualified people from each unit apply. And then as long as, well, then the other 2 people will be from downstate. I mean, it's obviously going to be based on who applies, but it's a wonderful program, and we're all pretty excited about it to honor our veterans. As you guys know, Native American veterans serve in the armed forces at higher rates than any other race or ethnicity. So, you know, they're there to honor. Any questions, comments on this? Lana?
Yeah, we workshopped this afternoon, and what a good thing that we're doing. And I had asked, this resolution here will take the place of the request from the cultural enhancement funds. So we don't have, none of us have to do anything out of that. And then I know that we talked to Katie today, but I just wanted to highlight that hopefully that she would, because I know she goes to every single elder meeting, that she presents this and lets everybody know so that everybody has a fair chance of getting in there, and then we can also
share that good stuff to our own pages.
Yep, absolutely. We're going to create a flyer, and then Katie Peabody will put that flyer on our website, on our social media page. She'll carry copies of that flyer to the different elder subcommittee meetings. This covers all costs, the flight, meals, hotel, everything, so it's something really positive. Isaac?
Yeah, you know what I love about this resolution? This is how the Culture Enhancement Fund should be expended.
Anyone else? Are you hearing none? Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you. It's really awesome. The next resolution is hotel tax revenue to tribal land claims / culture.
Now therefore be resolved that beginning effective date hotel use tax revenue collected by the tribe shall be allocated as follows. 1, 3% of hotel tax revenue collected shall be deposited into the tribal lands claim fund to support land claim related purposes and other authorized uses of that fund as determined by the board and applicable tribal law policy. 2, 2% of hotel tax revenue collected shall be distributed to the culture department, restricted for use solely to enhance educational and cultural purposes, including but not limited to cultural education programming, materials, events, outreach, curriculum, language, culture preservation initiatives, and related community activities consistent with departmental plans and tribal priorities. Be it further resolved that these allocations shall be calculated on a monthly, quarterly basis based on hotel tax revenue actually collected during the applicable period and transferred no later than to be determined days following the close of each period. Be it further resolved that the Tribal Tax Code, Chapter 43, Section 805, distribution of tax proceeds as follows. 43.805, distribution of tax proceeds. The tax commission shall remit to the tribe all hotel use tax proceeds from hotels owned by the tribe which are located within a 1/4 mile radius of a licensed gaming establishment located on tribal and trust lands, and the tribe shall transfer such use tax proceeds into the general fund. The tax commission shall remit to the tribe all hotel use tax proceeds from hotels which are not owned by the tribe or are not located within a 1 mile or 1/4 mile radius of a licensed gaming establishment located on tribal and trust lands. And the tribe shall consolidate such proceeds quarterly, and the percentage of the proceeds retained by the tribe under the tax agreement shall be transferred into the general fund. The total tax proceeds transferred to the general fund under this section shall be allocated as follows. 1, 3% shall be deposited into the tribal lands claim fund to support land claim related purposes and other authorized uses of that fund as determined by the board and applicable tribal law policy. 2, 2% shall be distributed to the culture department, restricted for use solely to enhance educational and cultural purposes, including but not limited to cultural educational programming, materials, events, outreach, curriculum, language, cultural preservation initiatives, and related community activities consistent with departmental plans and tribal priorities. Be it further resolved that the Finance Department is directed to establish and maintain the necessary accounting codes to ensure the 3% deposit to the Lands Claim Fund and the 2% restricted distribution to the Culture Department are tracked separately and reported transparently. Be it further resolved that the Culture Department shall provide a quarterly summary report to the board identifying expenditures made with the 2% allocation, including categories, totals, and a brief description of cultural educational outcomes. Be it further resolved that the departments responsible for administering cultural enhancement funds shall develop a formal implementation plan outlining the criteria, procedures, and timelines for reviewing and distributing cultural funding requests. This plan shall be presented to the Board of Directors for approval to ensure equitable access for all units, transparency in funding decisions, and regular reporting to the board regarding requests submitted, approved, or denied. None of the terms of this resolution shall be in effect until the Board of Directors approves the formal implementation plan. Until then, the cultural enhancement funds shall remain administered as it currently is. Be it finally resolved that the board chairperson or designee is authorized to take all administrative actions necessary to implement this resolution, and this resolution shall take effect on effective date.
Motion.
Motion by Isaac,
Second.
support by Aaron. Which of the sponsors would like to speak first? And again, you can speak twice.
I'll speak first.
Okay.
So this is the first step in a process which will take care of actually a stone to kill two birds, really. So the first one would be to start putting money into the lands claim fund, so 3%. That fund generates about $221,000 a year. 132 would go on the lands claim fund. That'd be $1.3 million over a 10-year period. The second part would be $88,000 a year would go to the culture department, which the culture department it only has, I believe, $7,500 per unit to be spent on events for each unit, so it'd greatly help them out. And then there's about, roughly, we found out today, there's about $600,000 in that fund that's unspent. So I think it would be very important for us to let the culture department expend those funds so each individual director's not expending those funds. And that's why I stated earlier, I really like the resolution that we just passed because the full board had authority to spend those funds.
Okay, Aaron?
All right, so can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, so first of all, everybody campaigns on increasing the elder fund, so now's your chance. Secondly, there is no approved budget by the Tribal Board of Directors for the Cultural Enhancement Fund. Instead, we get updates from the CFO of earnings as a tax on hotel receipts, but we have never voted to receive these funds nor appropriate these funds, which is required in the Constitution. With the sole exception of 2%, all other budgets of the tribe, no matter the source, require a vote to receive funds and expend funds. The expenditure of 2% is probably also unconstitutional. The Cultural Enhancement Fund was created because our cultural department was not providing cultural events in outlying areas. We have a new cultural director who appears to be doing a good job. He only receives a pitiful amount per unit through his cultural budget, which is less than, say, one cultural enhancement workshop. So, as an example, I won't name any names, but one person gets more as a cultural workshop presenter than 2 or 3 units get budgeted in the cultural budget. So why do we have a cultural department if we don't need them for cultural enhancement? We've been told by tribal legal, what we want to hear, or some want to hear, that these funds are not, the way they're spent is not unconstitutional. But legal reports directly to the board of directors. And we've never delegated the authority to tribal legal to interpret our Constitution. So this opinion can't be correct because the funds are never appropriated by the board of directors. This is an authority vested in the Constitution and vested with the board of directors as a whole during a duly called meeting with advance notice of the proposed action. Individual board members or even a faction of the board has no authority to expend funds without a vote of the board without a duly called meeting. Cultural enhancement funds are not appropriated. There's nobody that will sit in that room of professionals to tell you that we ever voted to appropriate those funds, because we have not. And so while this may not pass today, but when we do have a separation of powers, the courts will have to rule that without a vote and appropriation of the board of directors members cannot spend funds. They don't have any authority to do so. So that's why we need a separation of powers right now. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Bridget, Kim Lee,
Must
anyone
throw
else?
me on there.
Bridget, Kim Lee, Kim Hampton,
Well, I don't want to rehash what we did already today, because I'm not in any way in support of this. But my question, I guess, was a point of inquiry from Aaron, that how do you know how much any crafter, workshop instructor has gotten paid? Because I don't get that information. So how are you getting that information on what people are getting paid? I think that's a problem if you know that, when we just were told what every unit had for their funds. So how do you know how much people are getting paid?
Okay, so I have to go based on the rumors, just like everybody did today when we voted on the data centers. And we've requested it, but we don't have access to it. And that's not right. I, as an individual member of the board of directors who has a fiduciary duty over the finances of the tribe should not be denied that information. I know that individual tribal members have requested it under FOIA, and they have been denied. So that's just crazy. The board of
How do you
directors
have
is
the
fiduciary.
information? You're not answering my
answering the
question.
question.
Guys.
No, I'm answering the question.
Aaron, I'll get you back on the list. We're not going back and forth. Kimley.
Well,
Aaron, you're back on the list. I'm just gonna call on you. Kimley.
Well, I'm not in the business of killing multiple birds with one stone. But I think the conversation does need to be had about where we can come up with money for the Lands Claims Fund. And I believe that workshop is coming up and going to be asked to get on an agenda. So I'm gonna save that for that time, because there is some funds that we could be allocating to that. And it wouldn't also take away from what we have going on in our units for cultural as well as education. So that's all.
Kim Hampton, Lana, Aaron.
I'm also not going to rehash what I went over earlier. I probably bored everybody at this table with the millions of questions that I still have concerning cultural enhancement funds. Kim Lee is right. If it hasn't been requested by our CFO yet, it will be requested to have a workshop with our CFO to go over different fund balances and just different areas of funding we have that can be allocated in different areas. I did want to make a correction that that cultural enhancement funds are part of a budget that has been approved by the board. It is cost center 11842. Thank you.
Okay, Lana, then Aaron, that'll be your second turn.
What's that cost center that the money's budgeted? 11842 is approved budget by the Board of Directors.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
It's in Schedule C budgets.
Okay, thank you. The second thing is, we read that we went over this and over this and over this afternoon, and so the one thing about reading this 2 pages of resolution is none of the terms of this resolution shall be in effect until the Board of Directors approves the formal implementation plan. Until then, the cultural enhancement fund shall remain administered as it currently is. So, when do we expect a plan? Okay, so the money is going to continue, the elders aren't going to get the money. None of this will happen until we have a timeline or figure out who's going to do it, who's going to have a plan, a formal implementation plan. And those are some of the questions that we asked this afternoon. Who is going to be vested with doing this? And I said so much this afternoon, and we were in open session, so I'll just leave it at that for.
Motion to table.
You can't interrupt the speaker. You got to get on the speaking list for that.
I'm done.
So if you want me to put you on the list, I can, Kim. Okay. Aaron, then Rob. Aaron, this is your second turn.
Okay. So, first of all, it's a little bit of a trick for members that are hearing this.
Aaron, we're having trouble hearing you.
Okay, we're saying that there's a budget, but I have a point of inquiry and I'm not done.
Aaron, we're really struggling to hear you right now.
I'll come back.
Okay, Rob, then Kim Gravel.
Okay, so first of all, it's out of compliance with the Constitution. That's clear. The Constitution says that we have to give our membership a 5-day notice with what we're voting on to expend funds. Or to take any kind of action, actually. So that part's clear. But the biggest issue here is that no elected official should have carte blanche authority to spend funds, our tribal funds, that should be accountable to the membership without being accountable to the membership. That's crazy for any governing structure to be able to do that. Another thing is that I heard earlier today that, well, we do really good in our unit with it. And that might be true, but we're not always going to be the leaders of our unit. And our members should not have to depend on us to win an election, nor should they have to have the implementation of their cultural enhancement funds spent based on who wins their election. Nor are all of us at the board level qualified or have the knowledge or teachings and been in the lodges and in all of our culture events to even be able to pretend like we know what's best for culture. That's why we have a culture department. That's their specialty. So what I would suggest is that we have our culture department and culture director host community input sessions in each unit where all members have an opportunity to have input on how these funds are spent. An annual plan developed based on what our culture department takes in from each of those meetings, which the directors can be in those meetings and can have equal opportunity to contribute to those plans. But their contribution should not be more or ruling over the members. It should be equal to them, and they should sit in a room with those members and everyone have equal input on how these funds are spent. I don't even think our members want a quarterly report as long as the expenditure of funds go through proper avenues that are established in our culture department, and they have access to view the annual plan of their unit and have input in that plan. So that's what I would suggest. And when it comes to putting 3% back into the elders fund, that should be non-negotiable. Those funds were borrowed from, and we shouldn't be spending any funds without seriously considering how we build that fund back up. And when it comes to culture, there's really not much more cultural than making sure our elders are cared for. And so the 60%, which would be equivalent to 3% of the 5% of hotel tax dollars, would be around $132,000 per year. Over a 10-year span, you're increasing that fund by $1.32 million. That's significant, which will result in significant checks going up. Our elders are owed that. And although we didn't make the decision to borrow those funds, we inherited the responsibility to repay them. That's our job. But most importantly, these funds should not be expended by us as directors because none of us truly have all the teachings to know what is best for culture. Yes, we should have input, but we shouldn't have any more input than the members that attend that are within our units. It should be a collaborative effort with those members. Why should we have carte blanche authority over these funds and get to choose what we want to do with them and when? They've been abused. It's been used to build political favor from people who campaign for the people who promote them or who approve them. That's wrong. And to expend funds without ever telling our membership, it's crazy. It's crazy. No other government would allow you to do that. And this idea that because there's a budget that was approved, can I just make a resolution to say that all budgets are just at the board of directors' discretion and call it good? It would never fly. Like, there's no reason that we should have these funds. And the reason the members call it a slush fund is because it's exactly what it is. We get to choose when they're spent, how they're spent, where they're spent without ever telling the membership. That is unacceptable. That's where I stand on it.
Kim Gravel?
I'm still on the list.
Okay, I can hear you now, Aaron. Go ahead.
All right. So earlier when we had this discussion, everybody sitting at that table heard that the cultural division has about $7,000 per unit to put on programs through the cultural division. And from what I've heard is that amount of money is spent on, easily spent on one or two workshops that go to one person. So, you know, I don't appreciate, I won't name her by name, but the director who's trying to impugn my integrity and call into question my motives at this table, because that violates our meeting rules, by suggesting that I have information that I don't have, that she doesn't have. I don't have access to HIPAA records. You know, that's getting old. It's tired. Let's let it die like it should. And by the way, I'm not going to die of cancer, by the way. I know that'll just satisfy somebody. But what I wanted to also say was that while there might be an accounts receivable budget, so this is for those who may not understand what accounting has told you, there might be an accounts receivable budget from the taxation, from the hotel tax that goes into the fund. And then our CFO gives us a report every so often about how much money is in that fund. At no point is the board of directors voting on that budget to expend those funds. At no point is the board of directors voting to expend any of those funds. It's individual board members, usually 2 at a time, or one, in one case, Unit 5, who's making those decisions. We passed a resolution that prohibits double dipping for people serving on the council and in administrative functions at the same time. But those board members are serving an administrative function when they're deciding where that money goes. And it's certainly not going to the cultural department because they're underfunded. They're only getting $7,000 per unit to do cultural events, which is pathetic. It's pitiful. And we're sitting on $600,000 in cultural enhancement funds, while the cultural division is begging, basically. They don't have the money to do what they're supposed to do. So I don't have the data. So somebody made a good point. We should have the information about who's getting paid, what vendors are getting paid. Director McGrory suggested that it's for politics. So I make a motion to amend to publish, since the inception of cultural enhancement funds, a list of names of all of the vendors who have gotten cultural enhancement funds. That's my motion to amend.
So we have a motion and support to amend this. Any discussion on that amendment? Okay, hearing none, we'll roll call on the amendment.
Kimberly Lee.
I object. That's not part of this resolution.
You just got to vote no, Kim.
And it makes it sound like.
Please use your mic.
Well, I have a quick question on, I'm going to abstain.
We're voting. We're voting.
I'm going to abstain.
Stop. All right, everyone, stop. There's a motion on the floor to amend this resolution. We had a time for discussion. If you guys don't support it, vote no, please, okay? We can't argue like this. It's time to vote.
Doesn't have anything to do with this.
Kimberly Lee. Isaac.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
No.
Rob. Bridget.
No.
Aaron.
Yes.
Tyler.
No.
Lana.
No.
Michael.
No.
Larry.
No.
Sean.
No.
Kimberly Gravel.
No.
Okay, motion to amend fails. That brings us back to the original resolution. Aaron, that was your second turn. Kim? Okay, motion to table. Is there a second? Second. Okay, and there's a second. Roll call on the motion to table, please.
All right, motion to table, Aaron.
No.
Bridget.
No.
Kimberly Lee.
No.
Sean.
Yes.
Larry.
No.
Tyler.
No.
Kimberly Hampton.
No.
Michael.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Isaac.
No.
Rob. Lana.
No.
Okay, motion to table fails. Who wants to speak? Put your hands up if you're not already on the list. Okay, just 1 second. Okay, Tyler, Lana, Kim Gravel, then Kim, that'll be your second turn, okay?
Is that me up?
Yep, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, you know, this is a discussion about repaying the elder fund, that's a totally different discussion than the hotel tax for the culture funds. But I will say this, I believe in our general fund, we have over $50 million in reserves right now that was last presented on publicly by our CFO. So that's a rough estimate of what we have. Why don't we just use that to pay it back and stop the attack on the unit? So here's one of my concerns. When we finally authorized cultural coordinators in each unit, it took a long time to get a coordinator in Unit 5, and there is little to no assistance to keep things moving on the ground. We had to pull in Mary, our tribal liaison, to assist with programming, stuff like that. And I'm sure that it'll happen in similar units because this structure is still in its infancy. If we want to increase cultural funds for language and culture division, I think we should do that in a separate discussion. But right now, this is services to our people that are being successfully used and adapted across the tribe. And sure, we can do more transparency, but again, that's a different discussion. So I would say at a future date, we discuss on reporting mechanisms similar to what we did with board travel. And I think that we also need to have a discussion on just taking our general fund, paying back the land's claims. We'll still have a hefty chunk in there. But I will note this, that $1.32 million is not a significant increase in 10 years because at the current interest rate, even if we were getting 0.045, if we were getting 4.5% interest over that decade of those, that would only net us roughly $6.66 per elder check, if the estimate is roughly 9,000 elders at that time. So we do need to do something to enhance those services, but many of our elders do participate in all of our workshops and our cultural programming and anything we do for cultural enhancement. And that goes from storage sheds to actually workshops or buying meals to get people to gather. That is cultural enhancement, and that does bring people together. So like I said, there are multiple different discussions in this one resolution, but this is a total change and transition of what the hotel tax and culture funds are meant for. I do not support this. I will support paying back the land claims fund while we have the money before we spend it or waste it on something else. It's well beyond time to do so. I agree with you. We have it. Let's do it. Yield.
Okay, Lana, then Kim Gravel, and that's both your second turns.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to rehash everything I said this afternoon because it's already out there, but I'm going to touch on a couple of things. You know, we had the discussion this afternoon about other funds that we could use to direct to go into the lands claim fund. So that has to be a conversation that we need to have, and we need to make that a priority. It's stated right in the body of this resolution that there'd be certain priorities for the language division to bring forward plans. I think one of the directors already said the reason why we did this in the past is because the language department could not facilitate the things that we needed in each community. It's way beyond needing or just doing workshops and someone getting paid dollar amount to do a workshop. In Unit 2, we've enhanced our entire drum. We had teaching workshops, education material to schools, equipment and maintenance for education. We had to buy sheds for our YA coordinators because they could not even walk inside their offices because we had so much supplies in there, so we have to purchase additional sheds. If we're not looking out for that or doing that, that just makes life for our administration and our YE departments easier. Our powwow ground upgrades, Hessel and Newberry both got new arbors and new paint and upgrades, and we have those taken care of. And then we gather people to do that work in order to get the community together. Feasts and gatherings, books and medicines for schools, elder request projects, and our elder groups do have insight and requests that they do. The enhancement on our powwow grounds, we just approve honor flights. We're each given $5,000 out of that. We had a powwow out in Red Yard. We're doing another one. 600 plus staff, community members, and students were at that last year when we all gave cultural enhancement funds to that. That was in the paper. That's one of the greatest things we did. We're doing it again this year. This board is sponsoring that. So it's way beyond just an individual getting money. So with that, and I know there's a lot of wanting to shame people and do this, the reason why I didn't vote for putting names out there is those are used to weaponize. Those are used to attack helpers, to attack artists, to attack people. That has been the way we have worked on this thing. They attack and attack. We've had regalia making, we've had all kinds of good things, and I know the other units did too.
Hey, Sarah, I got to keep the conversation up here, okay?
And I object to that. Second thing is, I will motion to amend that if there's a quarterly report on the dollar amount and the project. Not names so you can go online and attack people and do things. The project and the dollar amount on a quarterly basis out there. So that's
So
mine.
what I would do is if this fails, I would introduce a resolution to that effect and I would support it. Same as travel. We've
Okay, if
talked
this
about that
fails, yep.
before as a compromise.
That's
Okay?
fair. Okay.
So I have Kim Gravel and
No,
Mike.
I have, that's my motion to amend this.
You want to do what now?
Motion to amend to include a quarterly report for just the dollar amount and the project in each unit.
So are you aware that it would still keep the language in the resolution where it would dedicate a certain percentage of that to the land claims fund and then the remaining funds to the cultural department and they
Yeah.
would just have to report it?
Yeah, and are we aware that there's no date on this, so nothing can ever happen anyways? I mean, it says, now the terms of the resolution shall be effect until the Board of Directors approves a formal implementation plan. Until then, the cultural enhancement funds shall remain administered as it currently is. There's not, I mean,
Okay, well, we have a motion to amend, then is there a second?
Second.
All right, second.
I
So
second it.
any discussion on the motion to amend this? Okay, hearing no discussion on this, we'll roll call on the motion to amend.
Kimberly Hampton.
No.
Tyler.
No.
Rob. Michael.
No.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Lana.
yes.
Larry.
No.
Bridget.
No.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Sean.
No.
Okay, so motion fails. So I gotta get back to the list. Kim Gravel, this is your second turn, then Mike, that's your first turn.
Okay, you know, Lana hit on that one point. We're talking about what we're using this money for, but everyone voted to use it for the veterans without a budget, supposedly. And everyone at this table has brought things forward to use for this cultural and education enhancement money. So everyone sitting here is guilty of what Rob's accusing us of doing without following the Constitution. He says we don't have a budget, which we've been told we do. And then, Bill, I'm not sure if you could answer this right now or not, but if we paid the loan back to the land claims, would we make more on the interest of that being paid back, or are we making more on the interest at 12% at which the loan is being paid?
I believe we're making more as it currently stands because our investments are making between 4 and 5%.
Okay, thank you. So, and I think I had requested a couple weeks ago that we put something out to the public about that loan to the land claims and how it is making more at the 12% rate of interest being paid back to it.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that, but,
I think it was in my issues, my board issues, so,
okay.
yeah.
I'll follow up on that, Kim.
And, I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Mike.
As I discussed this earlier too during the workshop, but I'm gonna touch base on that and a couple other things, but this isn't a perfect system that we're currently doing. It does need probably guardrails, probably needs more transparency, but I'm not willing to blow it up because I think we need to fix it. I do think every unit has benefited from cultural enhancement dollars with more workshops, with more access to cultural program, events, just all around. I think all the units have benefited from this. Nothing stops Unit 1 right now to give our culture all the money and let them program it in Unit 1. Nothing stops us from doing that. Unit 1 could get together and give you all of our hotel tax tomorrow. That comes into Unit 1, and we can give it to our cultural department and say, hey, we want you to program it, we don't want to touch it. Nothing stops it from right now, so I'm not supportive of, we need to find other ways to increase the lands claims funds. As I said before, we've tried different things that have been very minimum. We put banknotes in there before, we put vape tax in there before, but it's minimum, and we need to do better on that. I would like to see us look to see, the loan thing versus not paying the loan off, because if we're getting more interest on it, and as Bill just said, then we need to explore that as well then. So, but we do need to figure out a way to increase that, but I don't think taking it away from the cultural activities is appropriate. And I do think the thing that Lana has pointed out a couple times needs to be reiterated. This reso doesn't do anything unless we approve an implementation plan. It does absolutely nothing. It says none of these things will be implemented until the board approves an implementation plan. So we're putting the cart before the horse. I think we need guardrails and we need to fix what's broken, but I'm not willing to go with this route. I'll yield.
Rob? Rob?
Yep, can you hear me now?
I can, yes.
Okay, so I wasn't even gonna talk again, but I kind of feel like I have to now. Like Kim said, I accused us all of being in violation of the Constitution. It's true. But this, I brought this up so many times, to change the function of this. Now, we're all elected by the members. I'm not gonna put myself or the people that I represent at a disadvantage from carrying out the will of the members by completely ignoring a process that's put in place, even though I believe it's wrong. But I will say that anytime I've put in a proposal to spend cultural enhancement funds, you can look, I've published it to all of the social medias, and I actively engage with members. Anyone could go to my page at any time and view every time that I've done it and that I've stated to the members exactly why I did it. The two motions that we had to publish the information to the members is exactly why the members don't trust us. Because you guys literally just voted to hide the information from the members. It's wrong. And this is why they don't want us in control of these monies. Like a reporting mechanism. Like the vice chair just said, we need to have that discussion later and this and that. And then everyone votes no on it. I mean, not everyone, but a board majority just flat out told our membership, we're not going to tell you what we're doing. It's crazy. It's gotten to a point where it's excuse after excuse to protect the slush fund that you get to do whatever you want with. And members don't like it. I talk to members constantly, and this is one of the biggest issues they have. You guys don't need to be spending our money without telling us how you're doing it. And it is out of compliance with the Constitution. The Constitution says you will give your membership a notice. You will give your membership a notice 5 days before you take action. That way we know and we're able to show up and voice our opinion about it. That's the way it works. So I'm absolutely disgusted by the conversation that just happened right now and by the votes to hide stuff from the members. It's wrong. I said what I said earlier. I absolutely stand on it. Our members have a right to know where their money's going.
Okay, Aaron, I called on you twice.
Yeah, right, as the board member to make a motion.
Aaron, I can't hear you.
I have a right to make a motion.
So I've called on you twice, though.
It doesn't matter. That, in the rules, the chairman only allows discussion twice. You don't have the authority to deny somebody the ability to make a motion.
Well, out of curiosity, what's your motion?
My motion is, and I'm making it, is to move $10 million from the elder fund, or from the fund balance to the land claims fund.
So Aaron, that's not applicable to this resolution. We're talking about cultural enhancement, sending over what is the hotel tax to the cultural department, not spending $10 million out of the general fund. I can't entertain that, Aaron.
Okay, I'll bring a motion for the next meeting.
That's fine. So Tyler, then Kim Lee.
I'll actually co-sponsor that with you for the next meeting, Aaron. Additionally, I would like to respond to what Rob just said. I voted no on that amendment because I don't agree with this resolution at all. And I thought I was pretty clear in my discussion, but maybe I wasn't. So Austin had offered to co-sponsor a reporting mechanism resolution. I will gladly co-sponsor a reporting mechanism resolution for our next meeting, but I do not support taking away the 5% hotel tax that goes to cultural enhancement across our service areas and beyond now. I mean, we're doing stuff now in Lansing. We're doing stuff with this UP Honors flight. Those are greater things that we're doing with the tribe. But I will support a separate resolution that shows a reporting period quarterly, similar to the board travel resolution that we recently adopted. I have no problem with that. What I do have a problem with is this resolution. So I will not be voting in favor of this resolution, and I will 100% co-sponsor a resolution with Chairman Lowe's, and I will 100% co-sponsor that resolution with Director Payment as well. So be rich.
Okay, if that's your second turn, Tyler, so Kim Lee, that'd be your second turn, then Bridget, I believe that's your second turn as well.
So to Tyler's point, that was going to be my suggestion, is to ask Josh if he could draft us a resolution to get that reporting mechanism quarterly out to the membership. And that way, because I don't think it was voted down because nobody wants to share with the membership what's going on. I think it was voted down because of the entirety of the resolution. So if you could please get that forward, Josh. I don't know that there's probably anybody that won't co-sponsor it, so.
Yes, we can work on drafting that resolution. Is the intent to include the names of the vendors or just the event and the amount?
Yeah, so when we talked about this last, one of the things we wanted to do is just talk about what activities took place in the last quarter, and how much funds were in there, and just like who to contact, I guess, if you're interested in hosting a cultural enhancement activity. So I assume that would be Lana, who then connect you to whatever board members are in the unit where the activity is being proposed.
Okay, yeah, we can have that drafted up and prepared for the next meeting.
Thank you.
All right, Bridget, it's your second turn.
Yeah, believe me, I wanted to be done a half hour ago. The only thing I'm gonna ask is, because I hear everybody wanting to write a resolution, sponsor a resolution. Why aren't we taking the time to put these on a workshop agenda when Lana can fit them in there and discuss them fully, rather than slapping different resolutions on the agenda, so we can really look and talk to our staff about the money that's available, the revenue streams that we can look at. And, instead, everybody wants to place something on the agenda, so we'll be fighting at the next few meetings, because instead of taking the time and discussing it during a workshop and then coming and everyone's on the same page, and so is legal or any of our other staff, that they can actually come here with a good document. That's all I'm asking. The next workshop, instead of 10 resolutions by 10 different people, just let's sit down and discuss it and work it with our staff.
Agreed. Lana, can you schedule that resolution that Josh is gonna draft on an upcoming workshop where we have time, and don't place it on a meeting agenda until we do workshop it? Okay. All right, anyone else, guys, that hasn't spoken twice? Go ahead, Bill.
Okay, I didn't catch it earlier during the day, but in the now therefore be it resolved section, number 1 says 3% of the whole hotel tax revenue. I think it should be 3% of the hotel revenue collected. And the
So-
same with the 2%. It's not of the hotel tax revenue, because that would be a really small amount. It's really the hotel revenue that's collected, and that's how it gets taxed, is 3% and 2%.
So any objection to this resolution being altered to reflect that?
No.
Okay, hearing no objection, we're gonna make those changes. So anyone else? Okay, roll call, please.
Sean,
We're voting on this resolution right here, the way it's
We're voting on the resolution in its entirety.
No.
Lana,
No.
Isaac,
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton,
No.
Aaron Payment,
Yes.
Michael.
No.
Rob.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
No.
Larry.
No.
Bridget.
No.
Tyler.
No.
Kimberly Lee.
No.
Okay, motion fails. Let's move on, guys. The next resolution is establish reservations at tribal community centers.
Now therefore be resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians will allow reservations of its communal buildings to be made only by tribal members. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors directs each community center to appoint someone to oversee and enforce this policy for any events and/or reservations made at any of the community centers owned and operated by the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians, and to submit that list to the Board of Directors within 30 days. Be it further resolved, the terms of this resolution do not apply to reservations at the Big Bear. Be it finally resolved that this resolution shall be effective from today's date forward, still allowing all events previously reserved to commence.
Motion.
Motion by Larry,
Support.
support by Kim Hampton. Kim and Larry, you both sponsored this, so would one of you like to speak first?
Yes, even though I'm like, yeah. So originally, we had asked for this mainly for the Manistee and Escanaba centers, and I forgot to reiterate that or to specify that. So Josh in legal did already draft a different amendment where this is just applicable to the Manistee and Escanaba centers. So obviously, we need to see if anybody objects to us just changing that. The reason why we wanted this in place is direction from our Escanaba community members. Currently, there is 95% tribal people renting there or using the space, and then 5% non. We have a whole, multiple groups of people over in the Escanaba area who are utilizing that space for community events, workshops, everything. And with even the 5% of non-tribal people who are reserving that and using it, it is causing scheduling issues. It's gonna make more sense for us to just have it just tribal use. That way, our tribal members are not restricted on their use there because there's no scheduling allowance. Obviously, Austin's got to ask if anybody objects to that change.
I'll ask right now.
but-
So does anyone object to this resolution being only applicable to the Escanaba Elder Center? Okay, so hearing no objection, we'll make that change.
And
You keep
Manistee.
going, Kim. You done?
And Manistee, just to cover it.
And Manistee. Any objection? All right, hearing no objection, we'll make those changes.
Good, thank you.
Okay, Aaron.
I support this. I guess I'm a little confused which directors or program managers took it upon themselves to start renting out space to non-native people. That doesn't sound tenable, so this will fix it. But I also think administratively, we need to find out why that was happening, because somebody obviously set some rates of rental use or whatever. That should not have been happening, or letting non-tribal people use our tribal facilities without having any policy that allows that. So I do think you're doing this is right, and I will vote for it, but I also think there needs to be some follow-up to find out who took it upon themselves to decide they could just rent out space to non-tribal people.
Go ahead, Kim.
So I'm just going to respond to you quickly. It is no facilities or department or anything like that that made that decision to just go ahead and do it. The Escanaba Community Center is new. We did the grand opening just before Larry came on, so like just over 2 years ago. It was under the understanding of mine and the previous board of director in our area too, that it was just tribal use. And then we were notified recently by Escanaba Elder Subcommittee, hey, wait, there are non-tribals too. And I was like, wait a minute, it was only supposed to be tribal. So somewhere communication got mixed up, so that's why. So it was nobody's fault, it was just a overlook, I guess. We just want to, I guess, rectify this.
All right, thank you. Rob, then Bridget.
Bridget put her hand up too, so I was just gonna say, point out that Bridget made a really good point earlier. And so I agree with this, but if we're going to form new policy, then I would like to see, like Bridget suggested earlier, leniency in there for specific groups that are not tribal, but also allow our members to attend and have a good benefit to our members, like AA and the other positive groups that might include the entire community that are managed by non-natives, but our members can show up and benefit too. Because I think that was a great point, and I don't want that to get lost in a policy change.
Okay, appreciate it, Rob. Bridget?
Yeah, that's basically what I was gonna say. In our area, I don't know that anybody gets any revenue from renting the place, but for years, AA has operated out of our facility, and there's 4-H that has used it. There's other groups, and it benefits our tribal members because they're bringing things to our members. So that's why I asked Kim to not include our center. And our tribal people do get preference over that. They know that they can be kicked out if we have an event or we have a ceremony or a feast. So it works well in our area.
Okay, anybody else? I see no more hands. Those in support signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Last resolution. Authorize participation in Native Nations Survey/MOU.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves participation in the survey of Native Nations conducted by the Center for Indian Country Development. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes the chairman or his designee to serve as the primary contact for the survey, to select the appropriate secondary contact for the survey, and to complete the survey on behalf of the tribe. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes negotiating and entering into an MOU with the Center for Indian Country Development and the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes the chairman or his designee to execute the MOU with the Center for Indian Country Development and the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis once reviewed and approved by the legal department.
Motion. Appreciate it. Motion by Larry.
Support.
Support by Tyler. Sean?
Yeah, I think it was Sean.
Tyler or Sean? Okay, Tyler, you're one of the co-sponsors on this. You want to get us started?
Yeah, so we were down at United Tribes last month, and this was presented to us. One of the benefits here is that it helps aggregate our data for us. So what they'll do is they'll work with our tribal executives to aggregate our economic impact data. So none of our data gets publicly reported. It will be aggregately reported. For us, we're able to pull down our data through data sovereignty, through tribal data sovereignty, and utilize the financial data to help with grant applications, HUD housing applications, all sorts of things of that nature. It'll also be an extra tool in our belt to move forward with loan applications or to negotiate with state or local government and explain to them the significance the Sioux Tribe imposes on the economy. I remember back in the day, you guys did those $2 bills. I was super little when you guys did that. So if you're around then, miigwech for that. It did show our impact, but this will show our impact in a different way today. Data speaks volumes. And again, it will protect our tribal privacy because they'll use our data in aggregate for the region or for Indian country as a whole. And then for us, we can pull down whatever information that we want because it will be ours to own. So it was a very good presentation. The person in charge can communicate directly with our executives if this passes, but it would be a great opportunity for us and cost us nothing to show a really strong financial picture and what we bring to the economy of the Eastern Upper Peninsula.
Okay, thank you, Tyler. Rob, then Aaron.
I just forgot to put my hand down.
Okay, Aaron.
Tyler did a great job. In fact, he did a better job because if you recall, Mr. Chairman, there were two presentations at United Tribes. One was health related and data collection related to health, and then there's this one. So I presented earlier on the workshop on the different one, but Tyler did a great job on it, and so it's even less risk because it's just collecting information that can bolster our information, especially when we submit for grant applications. So great job to the vice chair.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, hearing none. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. So that concludes all the resolutions. So let's move on to new business. First item, committee appointments / resignations. Any objection to handling these all in one motion? Hearing no objection, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the appointment of John Peralt to the Unit 3 Elder Subcommittee, accept the resignation of Bud Byron from the Elder Advisory Committee, and accept the resignation of Michael Larson from the Election Commission. Motion by Bridget, support by Larry. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Brings us to our last item, which are board concerns. If anyone wants to handle them through email or whatever to save time, you're welcome to do so. Does anyone want to talk about them here?
I would.
Aaron, then Isaac.
Okay, so my first issue is when I wrote it up, I said twice now, but now it's 3 times. I've been falsely accused of sharing client-based information, but I need to set the record straight. The first time related to Tribal Legal's recommendation in a memo to the Board of Directors regarding an election committee removal. The other one had to do with the Unit 2 trailer. I need to set the record straight because I was not on the Board of Directors when either of those investigations happened, so I was not provided a copy by the tribe. And if you check with Tribal Legal or with the board office, I have never requested those. I have never been provided those. So anybody that is making any assertions that it's violating confidentiality or somehow I'm leaking information, that's actionable, it's demonstrable, and it's libelous. So I just want to go on the record of making that statement clear. If you need to request legal to verify whether or not I got copies of those documents by virtue of being a board member, go right ahead, because they're going to tell you that I didn't, because I never did. All right, issue number 2. So more than 6 months ago, I reported to the board that a sole individual who had access to the tribal chairperson's office emails from May 11th to August 2022 released those. So this is stolen property that only one person had access to. These emails were proprietary and they were confidential. A mass mailing was done of these documents that appeared to have happened last fall. I brought it up in September. I brought it as a board issue. I want to know whether or not anything's being done about it. As far as an investigation, there's only one person that had access to those emails. And so if legal's not following up or the prosecutor's not following up, I'd like to know why, because I did bring that to the board's attention, and that is tribal property, and it is leaked all over the place, and people got copies of it in their mail through the U.S. Post Office. All right, so issue number 3, is there anything being done about a privileged legal document that went from the tribal prosecutor to the general legal counsel regarding a declination to prosecute on a case of a frivolous assault complaint? The person posted this on her social media. She did not have access to that document, so that means that she is in possession of stolen Sioux Tribe property. And so I reported that. I did hear a general counsel did say that he had already knew about it and was going to do something about it, but that needs to be investigated and turned over to the prosecutor because this person did not have a legal right to that document. It's a proprietary, it's confidential and proprietary legal document that was posted on this person's social media page. So she's in possession of stolen property. So that needs to be dealt with. All right, my last issue is that I posted online that I was, no, it was stated online, and Chairman Lowe said it again today, but I have to reiterate this because whatever means and process people have for trying to get issues raised to the board, it is not true that we were considering 10 to 12 data centers across the UP. This was clearly stated in social media and manipulated our people. I'm not saying any names, but manipulating our people to contact us. I don't know if you all just ignored those. Hopefully you took those calls or responded to them. But people were stressed out, they were worried because they were lied to that we were going to do 10 to 12 data centers, and it's not true. And so I don't appreciate anybody, whatever reason they think they were doing it, or if they felt like they were successful because they got the board to pull the data centers from the strategic plan, but I don't appreciate just blatantly lying to the people and posting online that we were going to do 10 to 12 data centers. You all know that's not true, so you should be incensed over it that your tribal members were manipulated into having to call us with stress in their voice that we were going to do 10 to 12 data centers. So maybe you don't have a problem with it, but I do. Thanks.
Okay, Isaac.
Okay, first of all, I just want to say we get paid to be here as long as it takes, and I'm not happy that it's not over an hour ago. Whatever it takes, I'll stay here, whether it's 24/7. That's how committed I am. I don't mind staying here. It's not such a big burden. Second thing is housing. They have a work order process. Elder lady was going out to get her mail, and her mailbox fell on her and broke her hip. She went through surgery, and now she's in a tender care home. So I would like to find out what the process is and how they act on those work orders. From what I understand, this lady had reported it well over a year ago when they knocked it over with a plow truck last winter. So if we could get that addressed, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, we can look into that for sure. All right, so I don't see any more hands up, so without objection, meeting adjourned. All right, meeting adjourned. So we're not meeting next Tuesday. We're going to be meeting on April 7th, so that's the next workshop and meeting, so I'll see you guys then.